Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Thursday, August the 5th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Going to get a quick sound check, please. Thank you, William, so you guys can see my screen and you can hear me. A ton of earnings plays, guys. You'll notice that, I use an abbreviation. So if you see EGAP, that means it's an earnings gap, either up or down, of course. Otherwise, it's just a normal gap. So tons of earnings plays. Look at all these already in my pre-market scanner, okay? I mean, and this will get just full as the day, progresses. So just a ton of earnings plays, a lot of little guys that you don't really hear about too much, but those are the ones that can be really interesting. So let's get at it. In case you're wondering, SCR, that's a buyout by Penn. SCR, boy, OCGN is just ripping here. Let's take a look at OCGN first. Excuse me. Moderna's OCGN following a tweet from India's Time Now publication. WHO clearance likely to come in after August the 15th. Okay, so there's a rumor. Okay, there's a rumor. This is a virus play. Virus play, guys. OCGN. Not a low float. They don't all have to be low. As we speak, it's only up 3%, 3.6%. ENSC. Let's see if its gap is holding. ENSC. And let's see, the answer is not terrible. I mean, the high was 655, so it's dropped about $1 from the high. A patent allowance, and that is the news for ENSC, a patent allowance. U1. So here's another, I mean, here we're going to have a whole bunch of earnings plays. U1 is an earnings play, then E gap up, pulled back from 779 down to 728. RSLS. I mean, these are all recognizable to us if you've been in the room for a while. You know, these are stocks that, have had some crazy days. Anyway, today it's an earnings play for, August 10th. So this is not, I must have read. Okay, this is preliminary. Okay, this is a preliminary earnings release. Okay, the official is August 10th. So technically it's not an earnings play, but, really it is. Cala. This is one I actually shorted in the pre-market. Didn't do too much for me. I think I made about 12 cents on it. Cala's an earnings play. It does have a chance, of course, to keep going down. It's an all-time low right now. HIMX. Not an earnings play, but yeah, it is. I'm sorry, it is an earnings play. I didn't have it as an E-gap. There's so many of them. Oh, I do have it as an E-gap. Okay, just can't read my writing. Okay, so this is, so it's an E-gap up, HIMX, E-gap up through the 200-day. Now, we saw that a lot yesterday. We saw a lot of stocks either moving up through the 200-day or down through the 200-day moving average. HUSN, another little one, earnings play. HUSN. See if it's held its gap. Yeah, actually, it's holding its gap. Another theme, guys. Look at this. I mean, it hit the 200-day yesterday. There it is, 319. Look where it got to yesterday. Popping through the 200-day. Boy, this got a lot of room. I wonder if it trades options. No options are available for this underlying. Okay, so that answers that. Mavis, MVIS, was a meme stock for a while. MVIS. Take a look at what it is doing. It's an earnings play. Remember these days, guys? We got up to $28. It's cut in half now, but it is an earnings play. Released earnings after hours. You can see that mauve area on our charts. That's the after hours reaction, and it's still holding in there. I mean, the high was what, 1469 or so. So it's still holding in there. Now, Penn is dropping, guys, somewhat. Let's say how much. Penn is dropping on that acquisition news. They bought SCR. FSLY. FSLY is an earnings play, and it is gapped down, but I did notice, just glancing at it, it's trying to recover just a little bit here, holding. So again, there's the reaction after hours, the mauve area, and it's gapped down a little bit from those lows in the after hours. It's a big gap down, guys, 20%. Well, why not? Pink sheet stock, but I know a lot of you are aware of this one. Of course, this is the old China Starbucks that got delisted. LK got delisted. It has been on fire, though. I mean, you look at this, LKNCY. So this is gapped up. I want to see if there's any specific news. I don't see any specific news for it. DXYN, another little one. DXYN, another little one. It's an earnings play, gapping up. So a big high here at 390. It's pulled all the way back to 311. It's a low float, 11 million in the float, 11.4 million in the float. Another one of these ones that and a very aggressive price target has been placed on it, OBLG. OBLG. I can take it with a grain of salt. Don't know these guys at all. Dawson James has put a $15 price target on OBLG. Another low float, 12.8 million in the float. We have our 3D printers in play today. Stratasys, SSYS, earnings play, hanging in there, 24. It's pulled back down to about 2260, but it's kind of hanging in there. Earnings play, relatively low float, 65 million. There's the 200-day looming above it. Take a look at Triple D. Triple D does not release until next week, I believe. August the 9th, yeah, so that's on the Monday. So they release after hours on Monday. But a bit of a sympathy play with Stratasys right now, SSYS. INGN is a gap down on earnings. Pretty big one, 17%. Not a ton of volume yet, okay? But, you know, when the market opens, obviously the volume is going to come pouring in. Very low float, so it's going to be incredibly whippy. $68 stock with 20 million in the float. And let's see, KPTI, I forgot to mention that one. KPTI, I think I forgot to mention that one. KPTI, another small one, earnings play, gapping down, and it is not quite at an all-time low. There's the all-time low down here, 428-ish. So there you have some of the movers in the pre-market. I'm sure there probably have been some others that are popping in since I opened the room. But yeah, there's the the HUSN through the 200-day moving average. The next highs, looking left, let's see, 440 on that monthly chart, 425 is there, 484 on the monthly, so it's got, you know, some room to that area. Take a look at the weekly chart, see if there's anything closer. And no, so that week and that month correspond. So the next high is looking left. It looks like around 484, so it's not that far away. But it's a very, very low float, 3.9 million in the float. Yeah, we're having a rebound here. I think it was ZY yesterday had the big crater. Yeah, look at this. So we're having a bit of a rebound. This can't remember the reason for this. I don't know if this was a pre-release or something like that in terms of earnings. All right, guys, 9:15. I want to quickly take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. I remember that we had the one, was it for, I can't remember what it was. Was it skills? One of the ones had a couple of downgrades. In fact, you know what? All I have to do is do a history on the AI, and I can probably figure which one. That was the RYTM. Had a couple of downgrades. And that worked out very well as an AI alert also. So let me just do a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from the analysts. Yeah, boy, they're active today. We've got a few upgrades and a few downgrades. So let me see how many I can get in here. Unfortunately, I just have to type them in. Roku, interesting, an upgrade. I was reading something on Roku this morning. I thought it released earnings, and I think it got kind of hammered down a bit. Even though everything looked good except for their usage, I think that was the big one. But I think revenues were up. All the key metrics seem to be up. I'm going to take a look at Roku once I get this in here. All right, there are some of the upgrades. There are some of the upgrades. Might have been guidance or something. Yeah, I think. It falls sharply on significant slowdown in streaming. In streaming views. Analysts divided. So yeah, this is so. Significant slowdown in streaming views. So even though revenue and all those other things are up, but the streaming views were down, I guess. So anyway, now, there are a lot of downgrades this morning. Let me just see if I can find one that's. I did. I haven't had a chance to read it. I noticed it's just in my in my inbox. I haven't had a chance to read it, William. Just as I was looking for my briefing.com stuff, I noticed it was there. So let me get this in and I'll take a glance at it. So there are a lot more downgrades this morning. What I'm looking for, perhaps there are multiple downgrades. What I mean by that, same stock being downgraded several times by different analysts. As an example, I didn't mention this one because it's a little more expensive. Look at NVRO, guys. NVRO has a ton of downgrades. NVRO. Didn't mention it. It's a little outside the price range. I think it's probably an earnings play, but take a look. If you're NVRO. We'll take a look at the chart once I get this in here. A ton of downgrades. And LV has a couple of downgrades. Okay, let's take a look at NVRO. I mean, it was on my list. I know it had got down. It's just a little outside the range I like to trade, but 23%, but a ton of downgrades, guys. So for those of you liking to trade the more expensive stocks, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 downgrades for NVRO this morning. All right, let me take a look at Genie. Geni. This is the one that William, yeah. So I did get the email. Let me just see what they have to say about it. Of course, it's not going to be good. All right, well, they've laid out their thesis on why they don't like Genie, so we have to see what happens. Oh, Tom, yeah, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Well, good on you for fessing up. It's a good. It's not obviously for you personally. It's not a great story, but it could help other people. I know. Just like you said, got overly excited and emotional. Your first trade probably. And I know, we talked about Hood all day yesterday because it was so active. And we've talked about stops and all that, and I've said it many, many times. Sometimes it's really hard to obey your stops, especially when you think something is going to go back up, like a Hood. That's something. And so anyway, I hope the third is awful, but it's not 100%. So hopefully you can. I hate to use the term learn from your mistakes. I mean, that's a term that's thrown around a lot, but I hope you can learn from that mistake. Elf is, I think it had an upgrade and a downgrade, didn't it? Am I right? Or maybe just an upgrade. I see the upgrade for Elf. Maybe okay, I thought it also, it's an earnings play. Elf is an earnings play. No volume yet. It's almost a lifetime high. So guys, I'm going to try to struggle through. I'm going to have a poll a little bit later on regarding our new beta, the beta with the docking. Okay, I'm going to wait till probably around 10 o'clock. I'm going to do a little poll on the docking. All right, let me just do a quick look at the channel bar and take a look at the sectors. Just one moment, please. All right, let's take a look at the sector status. See what's happening in the pre-market. Of course, this can change. Of course, it will change, not can change. It will change once the market opens, but this kind of gives you a glimpse of what's happening with the major sectors in the pre-market. You can see that every single energy play is up 100%. Okay, they're not up 100%. All that means is all the stocks that make up XLE, they're all above yesterday's close right now. So let's take a look at the worst sector. Right now, the worst sector is, I guess, utilities. Yeah, with the market up, it's typically that's classic. Utilities don't do as well when the market is up. And here we have healthcare. Healthcare is only up the healthcare stocks, 66% of them are up. Yeah, I saw that. They've really downplayed or downgraded the Weber. Well, downgraded. They're not issuing as many shares, and the IPO price is not going to be as robust as it was before. So they're not raising as much money. Anyway, that's a quick glance. We'll look at it a little bit later just to see, interesting. Here's tech, 69% up, but communications, 91%. A lot of times these are almost very similar, of course, but all right, get rid of that. That's the Spirit Tom. All right, so Stratasys, how is it holding in here? Kind of holding in. It's fading a little bit here. This is an earnings play. The issue may be that 200-day moving average. I mean, it's far enough away right now, but it may be that the 200-day moving average. ZY is starting to have a nice little recovery day. Got just slammed yesterday. Remember this, guys? ZY. Oh, boy. All right, guys, ZY, definitely mini recovery mode. Last little bit of coffee. BCRX, you are starting to move down a bit. This is another earnings play, guys. Look at this. I mean, the first reaction was awesome. I mean, and now look at it. BCRX just really, I mean, the first reaction to its earnings release, $19 down to $15.50 now. MAXR is also, again, I think this is an earnings play, isn't it? MAXR, another earnings play moving down, guys. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. We have it here, but it doesn't look like it is an earnings play. Okay, guys, the market's going to open in less than a minute. Let me just do a quick check to see if I can do this before the market opens. So have a great trading day, everybody. Where are you? Where are you? Yeah, I'm looking at another site. Don't see anything for earnings on BTBT. All right, guys, we're now open. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. Give me a moment here. Okay, so let's take a look at, I'm going to, of course, obviously keep watching to see what's happening with my option scanner. Had some good ones yesterday. Even the late one turned out not too bad. There's, wow, look at the ZY, just absolutely, mentioning this one right around here. This is just absolutely exploding, guys. Big rebound. Okay, I'm seeing here rebound after ARK Fund buys 2.4 million shares. I wish I'd seen that news a little earlier. I'm sure it was there. Edit on the move, also edit on the move, and we have a halt. We had, wow, look at the ZY just got halted. Edit on the move, guys. There's a big break for edit. Edit on the move, guys. Again, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. You know, and I'll miss these ones that keep ripping, but too many times I've just seen these, you know, stocks. They'll do this and then it'll come right back down in the first 15. Easy to get whipped out of positions. But look at this one. I mean, this is, it's got room to this 56 mark or so. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there. Yeah, I see GoGo also. HIMX, earnings play, it's not a low float, 174 million in the float, so that's certainly not a low float. I think there's probably a lot of resistance right around that 15 mark, a little over from 15 up. MVIS, guys, so this is an earnings play. The former meme stock, and this is having, again, it's early. Released earnings after hours, 1463. No, actually, Stratasys took a header here. SSYS. It's a big red candle down now. So far. My namesake, BEKE, is moving down, probably on earnings. And let's see, no. I don't see that it's moving down on earnings. I don't see, it looks like August 11th, and I don't see that they've pre-released. This is an all-time low, BEKE, all-time low now for BEKE. This was halted pre-market. Let's see what happened to it. MMAT, it was halted pre-market for news. I guess the news came out. Okay, so Nanotech agrees to be acquired by Meta Materials. So they're doing a buyout, MMNT. GoGo on the move, as Real pointed out earlier. It's moving higher on earnings. Through the 200-day. Wasn't that a great theme yesterday? ZY is halted on the way up. Yeah, the theme of the day yesterday were these stocks. All right, guys. Well, shameless plug here, but it's my wife's company that released earnings after hours yesterday. Seems to be really good. Hasn't opened in Canada yet. Well, it has, but anyway. NCLH, pop here, guys, actually. I don't know why people thinking, no, it is a pop. It's actually an earnings play on, yeah, tomorrow. They release earnings tomorrow. I don't think anybody expects anything, but one of the big cruisers, of course. Okay, one moment, please. RSI, what are you doing? Interesting symbol name, RSI. Okay, RSI, guys. RSI is oversold. Good one, Green. This is not an earnings play. I don't think it's an earnings play. RSI is not an earnings play. It's a gambling. It's a gambling stock. Online gaming sites, okay. So with the pen buyout of SCR, yes, the gambling stocks are going to be in, some of the gambling stocks will be in play today. All right, we have one in the option scanner. A little bit of extension on this one, but you know what? I gotta, can't talk. Gotta do. Son of a, say the word for me, guys. It might pull back though, so. Son of a bunny, that works. Okay, now it's pulling back, so you wonder what I'm talking about. Here's the option scanner, excuse me, 1245. Could have got it around 1260, and it popped right up to 1325. Of course, I would have taken some out had I been able to, but it has come right back down again. So might give us another opportunity later. I'm going to stick in a little around 1250. Would have been a really, really quick one. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. You know what else is doing pretty well, guys, is this OBLG. Take a look at OBLG. A lot of volume coming into it, OBLG. Look at the volume coming into it. It's a low float. I don't know these guys at all, Dawson James, but they put a $15 price target on it, okay? I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course, but that's why a very aggressive price target for a $3 stock to put a $15 target on it. HBI, yes, HBI is on the move, probably an earnings play. Haynes, yeah, August 5th pre-market, so this is on the move. HBI, when I look left, what do I see? 2004 is the next high looking left on the monthly chart. So you know what? Takes out 20, and then it's got a shot. The next high is 2282 on the monthly chart. The weekly chart is the same thing. So yeah, so if this can get over 20 and keep 20, it has a shot to get into this area here. And HBI is an earnings play. FLGC halted on the way up, I'm sure. Yes. Another wild one. Lots of action already, guys. Here's another earnings. See, I mean, here's the theme: earnings, earnings, earnings. For a lot of these companies, these smaller ones, we've got the Microsofts and the Facebooks and Amazons and Apples. We've got them out of the way. Now we're getting sort of a second tier. I would even call this third tier, but they're releasing earnings. So for instance, here's one, CLNN, guys, an earnings release. It looked positive at the beginning when they released, 11.17, utterly collapsing, really. I mean, that's a big, big percentage drop. It's actually gone negative now, CLNN. Your broker, green candle. Your broker has level 2 data. No, not from us. Man, here's your theme, guys. Another earnings play from some of these smaller stocks. Arlo moving down. There's a big gap down now. All right, well, okay, I don't know what Stratasys is doing, but Triple D, sympathy play with Stratasys is on the move here, guys. Look at this, look at the volume that came in. Triple D, they have earnings on Monday after hours, but this is a sympathy play. Let's see what Stratasys did. Stratasys did release today. Is it following suit? Not really. Not really. Not yet anyway. I mean, it could. All right, guys, there's ZY right back up. That's, you know what, guys? I mean, it is a whippy one. I mean, there's a ton of room for it, okay? Obviously. I mean, look at the gap down from yesterday. But it is incredibly whippy right now. Oh, volume. 10 million shares, 283 times normal. Boy, MAXR, looks like it is taking a dive down. MAXR, whoops. And I think this had some downgrades. It's an earnings play, August 4th, yep, post-market. So after hours, there was a reaction. Continuing down, MAXR. And let's see, what sort of room does it have on the way down? Next low looking left is 20 something. Make sure of that. Next low on the monthly chart is 26.29. So it's got about $1 to then, and if it takes that out, so probably some support right around this level. Look at this 27.30. I mean, look at the dotted line right there. 27.83. It's below that now, guys. So this is just I missed it because I was going to take some, just missed it. Not sure how easy it would have been to get. The uptick rule is in effect today because it's down more than 10%. See if it gives a little bit of a pop here and then breaks down through 27 again. Wow, okay, so FLGC came out of its halt, and again, here's your all-time high, right up here. Remember that day? Okay, guys, HBI now over 20. Over 20. There was a big area. I think there was what the high was 2004 or something. It's an earnings play. Where is that high? Okay, guys, HBI definitely in play now, over 20. And again, look at the room it's got. See how well it holds over 20. This is definitely, I'm definitely interested in this one, holding over 20. I'm not telling you to take the trade. The longer HBI holds over 20, it gives a little pop off that 20. I mean, it's got room. Obviously, it's got room, and it's an earnings play, so it'll be in play all day. Still dancing around that 20 mark, HBI. All right, well, let's see, guys. Let's see if this has the room. Wants to keep moving here. Now, Real would say, over a channel and all that, so we'll have to see. Just watching, maybe it's just not quite ready. I'll have to see. Siri's got a ton of shares. Very different from 900, almost a billion shares. Not an earnings play, so I don't know what's moving it. Not seeing anything special about Siri. FLGC. Look at this. Almost an all-time high, guys. Right here is the all-time high. HBI, I'm just... Look at Kala, guys. Even K-A-L-A. You know, maybe watch it on a 3 break. Kala, K-A-L-A. Meanwhile, DVAX We got RSI, DVAX. I just hear it over and over again. When I say hear, this is text-to-speech for me, so I'm hearing. All right, guys. Well, HBI is holding tough. Something else is just ringing at me. So we've got CENX also. Oh, this is on the way down though. Not that it matters, but CENX on the way down. It's an earnings play. Really? Usually they release around the same time as Alcoa, I thought anyway. So look at CE. Wow, I mean, look at this one, guys. I mean, below 12, big, the whole number break, which I kind of like. And you look left, and the next low is way down here at 10.50. There's about $1.50 to that next low. Look at Triple D, guys. Again, I don't know if Stratasys is following suit yet, SSYS, but Triple D is as a sympathy play. No, it's really not. It's interesting how Triple D has earnings on Monday. All right, guys, I'm out of the HBI, basically flat, okay? That I know Real was probably gritting his teeth looking at that channel. So I'm out of the HBI basically flat. I'm going to I'll watch it later on. Had a glimmer of hope right there, thinking maybe get into the 20s, but boy, this has been a wild one. ZY, just an absolute wild one here. So for me, to get interested again, it probably has to get up to that 1228 level and settle down a little bit and then pop from there. All right, so this is an earnings play. This is from the AI and an earnings play. I mean, all right, there's ZY right back up. You're going to trade this one, you've got to be awfully careful. I mean, it's very whippy. Even though, it's 57 million in the float, so it's not a crazy low float, but based on what happened yesterday, the reason why it tanked yesterday, it's still in effect. It's not like everything has been wiped out. The only reason this is up is because Kathy Woods of Irk is doubling down on this. Again, guys, it's definitely a wild one, the ZY. All right, reset my alert here around 12:48. That was the 12:45 is where the alert happened from the option scanner, but it's a very wild one. So it has not settled down yet. Meanwhile, ADT is moving down here. ADT on earnings. Here's a small one, guys. Double X, double I, XXII moving up on earnings. Mavis, guys, Mavis on the move. Mavis, MVIS on the move. And it's an earnings play breaking out now. There's the after hours high, 1464, so it's a little bit above that. Again, I don't know if this is a meme stock today. It was, of course, a few months ago. MVIS crazily got up to 28 on really nothing. Well, William, as you know, it doesn't matter. Just one moment, please. Sorry about that. Yes, I'm sorry about that. I was on mute. PRTY, guys, earnings play moving down through that 200-day moving average. Ton of action because of all these little earnings plays. No, guys, that INSG, I guess that little resistance area did not hold it. So if you have the AI, you know what I'm talking about. There was the alert at 873, 921 now. Obviously the best one today so far. SCR is a buyout, so I don't know what it's doing. SCR is a buyout. So in case you're wondering, buyout by Penn. I'll bet any money. This is an earnings play. COMM. I'll bet Real's money. Yep. Okay. Real. We just doubled your money. COMM. Earnings play on the way down. Yeah, the bloom looks like it's off for a while anyway with Robinhood. HOOD moving down now. BYD? Isn't that... Is that the right symbol, Zach? BYD? Boyd Gaming? What? Unless they completely changed their what they do. Yeah. So have they changed? Have they completely changed their business? Wasn't were they bought out, or I can't remember anymore. BYD. Oh, MVIS pop, guys. CENX, CENX on the way down. MVIS, guys, is on the move. It was choppy, but I can't quite tell if it's a meme stock today. As William said, earnings, whatever. Doesn't really matter. In play. Let's take a look at HBI. see if it's recovering over 20 or is it moving down? Oh, okay, so yeah, that channel really did affect it to real. I know you're probably saying, why is he taking that long trade? Just because of the break, the room, earnings, maybe that might have more an effect. AMC? What? Oh, AMC. I was thinking AMD. From 60's announcement, that was your announcement, right, Zach? You're not talking about you're talking about your announcement. Well, guys, PRTY continues down. I did not get that one. I did not get that one. Look at that through the 200-day moving average. PRTY moving down. E-Trade should be working really well. I don't understand in terms of the external linking. If you're following the rules, I don't know how I can help you, Blue Scorpion. You're going to have to go to our other tech support. E-Trade seem like William. You obviously link with E-Trade. Any issue linking with E-Trade this morning? Linking meaning just the external link. Well, we don't have it as an earnings play. We don't have it as an earnings play. I'm sorry. We have it as an earnings play, but I can't see where they've released BTBT. There you go. Run as administrator. Thank you, Richard. All right, guys, again, wild and crazy, okay? ZY, you're going to take it. I wouldn't take too many shares. I mean, this is still Whip City here. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, I almost hate bringing this one up. I mean, this is very, very whippy, guys. ZY, it has not settled down at all. It's funny. I mean, it's 57 million in the float, so it's not crazy low float. But I'd love to see it settle down a little bit more, and then take out that 1250 again on volume, but just sort of settle down a bit. But again, for all the reasons why it got hammered yesterday, they're still in effect, regardless of whether ARK has picked up some. Yeah, this PRTY just continues. This is going to be my nightmare of not taking this one. There was a 200-day at 692. All right, guys, I am now kind of just watching some of my thumbnail charts to see if anything is. See, Triple D actually took a bit of a header now. So let's see, did SSYS, it wasn't, I mean, this was, I mean, SSYS was not doing this when Triple D was moving higher. Yeah, it's kind of gone blah on us right now. Happy birthday, Dev. Ooh, man, I missed this one. This is, you know, I've got my options scanner also for ones on the way down. I completely missed this one. BYSI. The alert was at 2339, 2270 now. This, of course, was one of the crazy ones from yesterday. High flyer. I just think I'm too late now. BYSI. All right, guys. Well, here we go again with the ZY. Whoa. Yeah, there's a bit of a light. I'm using the new one. I am using the new one. It's not affecting me that much. Okay, buy or sell bar. Good question. I don't know. Boy, look at Hood all over the place. HOOD, all over the place this morning. Nope. Not using Holly at all for any of these trades. Nope. There was only one I really liked. the INSJ. I mean, it worked for a while. I didn't like the resistance. It did pop through the resistance, but that was the only one I really liked. Okay, guys, I want to do a little poll here. Let's see if I can figure out how to do it. I haven't done a poll for a long, long, long time. Okay, just a minute, please. Okay. Okay, just a minute, please. I gotta watch the ZY. See if I can take out that 13. All right, let's see if I can get this poll question in. See if this works here. Okay, I mispronounced. You're not suing it. No, maybe my poll is not going through. Yeah, I don't think this is going through. You guys have not seen a pop-up poll yet, have you? Yeah, I must be doing something wrong. I haven't tried this for a long time, so I'm just gonna have to get out of it. Really? Okay, I must have done something wrong. I'll do it again. I'm having to watch the ZY guys, so. Okay, I'll figure it out. Yeah, I'm not talking about the brokerage plus really. I'm talking about the lagging and the charts and things like that. The brokerage plus is another issue. Okay, completely different issue. Yes. Sorry guys, I had to just, I was been trying to do this pull at the same time of being in this Izzy trade and the ZY trade. I've taken some out finally. Wow, that was wild. I'll do that pull later. I had to keep watching. As you know, that ZY is super frothy. Man, when it popped, it popped. It just had to, I was waiting and waiting to see if it could take out 13. Whew. I'll do that poll later. What I'm really trying to find out, guys, never mind Brokers Plus or anything like that, I'm trying to find out is if you tried the beta or you tried docking and you don't like it because you're finding chart lag is too much for you, and you've gone back. So sort of the yes would be no, yes would mean, okay, tried it and I'm keeping it. No would mean I tried it, I'm going back. I went back. But trying to do that poll at the same time and being in that ZY was too stressful. That wasn't easy, Barry, my namesake. The Barrys together here. That wasn't easy. Wow, look at it now, though. Wow, 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 wow. That's a great... 1245 was the alert from the option scanner, and it popped, and then it came right back down, and, I basically said, look, if it can get back up to that 1245, 1250 mark, watch it, and I watched it, took it, but it wasn't easy. I mean, it was flipping around that 1260 mark for a while, and then it just popped and exploded, and, well, the rest is history. Yeah, I haven't seen the lag so bad today. I'm watching my charts load. It's not, well, that one took a little longer, but I'm not finding it horrible. So anyway, guys, wow, 1024, heart is racing. 1024, welcome to the room, guys. If you're new to the room, this is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen, live on the mic. And you want to join in on all this fun and you don't have trade ideas, now's the time, because Real's favorite time of the year, we're having a test drive. And let me put the test drive link in. All right, test drive. So if you click on the test drive link, this is what you'll see. Today is Thursday, right? Okay, so if you sign up, basically what you're doing is you're pre-registering. So what does a test drive mean? So for $11.11, you'll get 2 weeks, 10 trading days with trade ideas, the full premium service, okay? It starts on Monday, that's August the 9th, and it'll run to August the 20th. That's 10 trading days. So it costs you $11.11. If you are a current standard subscriber and you want to try out our premium service for those 2 weeks, you can do the same thing. It'll cost the $11.11, all right? So, open to the standard subscribers who want to upgrade to premium, or for anybody who doesn't have the program right now and you want to try out our premium service. Now, please listen carefully. If you sign up today, you're pre-registering, so you'll get no data live data until August the 9th. Now, typically what we do, and I'll verify that today during the marketing meeting, is about an hour after the market closes on Friday, you'll have access to the program. Of course, the data is not live anymore, the markets are closed, but you can play around with the program over the weekend to get accustomed to it. The other thing, and please listen carefully, when the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing for you to do, okay? You don't have to unsubscribe. We don't put you into a subscription. So don't worry about any of that. So please listen to that very carefully. We get so many emails saying, how do I unsubscribe? Are you putting me into a subscription? No, 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 okay? Now, this is what I would do. I'm hearing something running up. RSI is, or PBR, something's running up. That's okay. I've done my thing with Izzy, so that's good. Or ZY, not Izzy. This is what I would do. I'm going to show you my home page. Because if you're going to take this seriously, the test drive seriously, you should come prepared. Don't just show up Monday morning not knowing a thing about trade ideas. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop my home page link in here. Okay, there's my home page link. So you click on my home page tab. Now I have a tab here, so the link is available all day long from my tab. But if you click on my tab, or the link, there's a lot of information here, but here is the education section, okay? So click here. And again, not 20 days, but just take a look at the lessons. This shows you how to create a top list, creating alert windows, goes over the introduction to the cloud, price alerts, back testing, the AI, which we nickname Holly, Brokerage Plus. So a lot of the basic features are explained here. Next, if you scroll all the way down to the educational video section, click on Watch Videos. Getting started with trade ideas. Great little video here. Some more videos here, okay? So again, if you're going to take this seriously, you want to take the test drive seriously, do some work this weekend. Take a look at these videos. Take a look at that other section, the 20 lessons. So at least you have a bit of an idea about what trade idea is all about. Trade ideas is all about, okay? Yeah, about an hour after the market closes, I usually say 2 hours. You'll have access to the, and you might say, well, what's the big deal? Markets are closed. But you can play around with top lists. You can set up. You can take a look at my layout if you want. I'm sharing my layout, of course. The layout you see here. Probably just add. Only thing I'll add is the AI. Probably move it into here. But other than that, it'll be the same layout. Hey, Green Trades, have a good time rowing. Wow. Here's AMRN. Look at this red bar ignored on that 15-minute. Probably an earnings play, of course, another earnings play. How to make only one trade per day with the AI. Well, Haji, first of all, we don't recommend auto trading the AI, okay? So, here are the alerts that, first of all, let me go back. I want to explain a little bit about trade ideas, and then I'll explain about the AI, all right? So first of all, go back to my home page. So if you wanted to take out a subscription right now, you can't wait. So here's a promo code you can use, Barry4Alpha, 15% off, first month only or the entire year. This will give you an idea about how much Trade Ideas costs. We have 4 plans. Okay, we have an annual and a monthly for premium and standard, $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. There are some other differences between premium and standard other than the AI, but that's the main reason why people want to take a look at at our premium service. Okay, there are some other differences, but that's the main difference. You don't have to go annual. You want to go monthly? That's great. That's fine. Here are our prices. Standard is 118, premium is 228. You can apply that 15% discount to the first month only. Listen carefully. First month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. Again, we get so many emails. People getting their discount on the first month, not understanding that it's not going forward. If it were going forward, then why would anybody take on an annual subscription? More information here. So trade of the week, stock of the day, and the education section, all free. So the trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. The stock of the day video I do around noon every day. The education, which I have gone over, I'll go over it again. But here are my scans. So if you want my layout, this is my layout that you see that I display. But I am sharing a lot of other scans, including the option play, moving higher with unusually strong options, which gave us ZY this morning and also gave us BYSI on the way down this morning. Okay, it's on my other monitor. But you can have this scan, but I have a lot of other scans that I'm sharing. Okay, but there's my layout. So again, you don't have to, if you're starting out new, you don't have to know anything about how to create scans at the beginning. You can take my layout, or you can take a look at these. Now the education section, which I did go over, I just want to go over a little more. So there's the 20 lessons, daily support session. So there is a YouTube room that I moderate at the same time. And I take a break at around noon. So one of the other traders takes over. Today is Thursday, so I believe, I'm not sure, because Andy's on vacation. I'm sorry, Jamie. Jamie will be there. Jamie's not on vacation. So Jamie will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Before I take my break, I will put in the link. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday, 5 o'clock Eastern Time. I am sure they'll all be canceled for the next 2 weeks, okay? Too much going on, so the webinars will more than likely not be in effect next week or the following 2 weeks. And again, we talked about the educational videos, and we created some Back to Basics. Sorry about that. Back to Basics. Great series, guys. If you're new to trading, take a look at this. If you're new to trading, it starts off with what is a stock? All right. And then some ebooks that we created. So a lot of information on my homepage. Too much to go over right now. I don't expect you to do it right now. So save my link. You save my link, and you can take a look at all of that at your leisure. Okay? Haj, it's impossible for me to recommend anything to new traders, okay? I mean, depends on what sort of trader you are. And if you're new to trading, you don't know yet. The best thing to do is to practice in our simulator, before you actually start trading. There's no such thing as, okay, here is the best strategy if you are a new trader. Okay, really, there's no one strategy that I would say, okay, this is the one to use as a new trader. But what I would do is practice in our simulator. I'm going to go over that first before you start trading. Yeah, my goodness, that was working well now. That ZY, definitely working well now. I don't know where it's going. I mean, where it's going, we don't know. Because there's no resistance anywhere soon. The resistance will be traders finally saying, okay, I've made enough. I mean, that is really well, if you've been practicing for 4 months, have you been using the simulator? And have you been making money in the simulator? I'm just talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Then what strategy, if you have been making money in the simulator, what strategy have you been using? Really. But let me get into that a little bit more. Look at Triple D, guys. I know I'm bouncing all over the place, but there's so much action. Let's see if Stratasys is okay, it's starting to come back a little bit, but definitely, I mean, it's funny, Triple D is way more active than this one, and yet this one is the earnings play. Stratasys is on Monday. Why is it? Okay, this is the buyout. SCR is the buyout. Yeah, well, it's moving higher. I mean, it had that big. I don't know if there were really any trades down here, but anyway, let me just go into a little bit of what trade ideas is if you're new. So we scan the market. We scan the. Well, if you okay, I'm just going to interrupt myself one more time. Well, if you've been using a momentum scanner, have you been making money? If you've been making money, then that's what you should do. But there's no single answer. What is the best scanner for a new trader? So that's what we do. First of all, we're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US market, and it doesn't matter who your broker is or where you are in the world, you can use trade ideas. So this is an example. This is an example of a scan I put together. Very simple, basic new highs and lows. So when we right click on an alert window or a top list window, this is your menu that'll come up all the time. So I'll take a look at and this in the summary section, this is telling me the filters I'm using. You always start off with filters. You know, if you were just looking for the new highs and new lows for the day and you had no filters, you'd be inundated with stocks. Of course, you don't want that alert. So you always start off with filters, trying to, whittle it down to a manageable number. So in this particular one, this is what I'm looking at. Stocks between 1 and 20, the current volume is 4, meaning it's trading at least 4 times normal, minimum of 400,000 shares, etc. Okay, what I'm using is not as important as just the concept of starting off with filters. So if a stock meets all these filter requirements and it makes either a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks. Okay? Now, the great thing, I think, about trade ideas is that you do not have to learn a programming language to do any of this. If I right-click, configure, and I click on search, you'll see here all the filters that we have, all the alerts that we have. And here are all the filters that we have. We feel we have enough filters and alerts that for the majority of our customers, they can combine them to create the type of scan they're looking for. Okay? So no programming language to learn. I'm just listening to OCDX is ringing on the way down. You can see that. So moving on the way down through that 20. Bet you it's an earnings play. Yep. Earnings play, August 4th, post-market. So it released earnings after hours yesterday. Really, really no reaction. And look at this though. Wow, some just great trends, guys. All right, VST, another earnings play on the way down, showing up on my option scanner on something that is moving down. But look here, I mean, the low rate here is 1772. We're at 1790 right now. The low rate there is 1784. I mean, obviously, if it can take that out, I mean, then there is some room underneath for VST. Just stick an alert there and see if it takes it out. Now, with all the scans, of course, and the ones that I'm sharing, I mean, if you didn't like, for instance, you click on if you take one of my scans and you look at the summary and you say, well, I don't like that price range, that's fine. You just change it. This is what I like to see. This is the price range I like. You may have a completely different idea. Maybe you want between 10 and 100. So I'm just changing it 10 and 100. And click on summary, see how it's changed. So, if you didn't like something else, or eventually when you start getting used to trade ideas, you could either add a filter in or take one of mine out and customize it to how you like to see things. So that's, in a nutshell, what Trade Ideas is. So again, doesn't matter who your broker is, and it doesn't matter where you live in the world. You can use Trade Ideas. Now, the AI. Listening to Dan's webinar, we're getting closer and closer to getting rid of the nonsense of having the 3 AIs. Okay, that's what I call it, nonsense. So, this is what I would do, guys. You want to watch the AI in action? Click on New from our toolbar. Click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. All right? Do not concern yourself with Holly Neo, Holly 2.0, Holly Grail. Okay? When you do that, when you click on that window, this is what you'll see. Now, obviously, before the market, no, I shouldn't say obviously, but nothing happens until the market opens. The earliest you'll get an alert would be 9:45. You'll see that. Doesn't mean you'll get an alert at 9:45, but that's the earliest. All you do is you just wait for the alerts to happen. Okay, you have an entry. You don't have to get in right at the penny. You have a stop. How you're going to manage the trade will be up to you. Okay, there's no video on how to do it. I mean, this is like a watch list that you can watch all day long. You know, sometimes the AI is early into a trade and it can come back. Sometimes the AI stalls for a while. You know, look at this INSG. I mean, INSG, you know, moved up here, pulled back, but who knows? Maybe now it's going to base again and start moving higher. You know, if it started moving higher in volume, you know, if you got out of this trade, you know, as a watch list, you know, you might want to get back into it later on. You know, it's got room. So I mean, there's no right or wrong way to use the AI. The only thing we don't recommend is fully automating it. You want to see how it works on fully automation? Fine. You know, you can, when you go to the AI, you can turn all these, wow, a lot of strategies made the cut today. You can turn them all on and see how it works in simulation mode. We don't recommend fully automating the AI though. We use a sort of a man and machine approach. The machine will give you the alerts with a suggested entry and stop. How you manage that will be up to you. Well, the AI, your account is not active yet, Dova. Are you talking about the 20 lessons? You know, I forgot to. So what you're saying is, yeah, I forgot. You know what? I need that. I'll have to change that link. Shoot, I should have done it before. There is a link that just takes. Does somebody have that link? No. You don't need. You don't need an account to. All that is free. All that education is free. But the link I've got, for some reason, it's forcing you to have an account. It's as if you are a subscriber. Just a minute, see if I can get you a better link. So I'll see if I get. But you can go to the other section though, starting trade ideas from scratch. Actually, I'll put this in here. So just give me a moment here. Somebody will pop the link in. Guys, here's another one to keep an eye on is this EVCM. I know this EVCM has been flirting around that 20 mark. You know, this is an IPO, I guess, last month. and it's just been kind of, doesn't trade very much. Maybe a potential swing. I don't know. I mean, I sort of read some information about it a while back. What's the high right there is $21. You might want to just keep an eye on it. I have a link. Okay, thank you, Shantae. So let me make sure this works. All right, that should work. I'll have to replace. Okay, Dova, that link, that should work. Okay. No, you cannot customize the AI. No, the AI is not customizable. All right. If you don't like the price range, as an example, like I like the stocks under 20. I mean, that's just my personal preference. I use the AI as a watch list. That's all I do. So I like the ones under 20. If it's under 20, I mean, this is flirting with it, the BE, but that's just the way I use it, though. But you cannot customize it to say, only show me stocks that are this. The only reason you want to customize it, though, in my opinion, is because you're trying to auto trade it. We don't recommend auto trading because we don't get so many alerts, that you can't. When you get the alert, if you don't like it in terms of the price range, then you just don't do anything with it. Yeah. Okay. Duplicating. Yeah, there is. I've got this in here. Now, can I remember how to do it? How did I do it? Yeah, because I know it doesn't say docking in here. I obviously have done it. See if I can remember. I don't remember how I did it. Okay. If you check this, I have this unchecked, okay? I think this is how you can do it, okay? Open and dock window. So if you go to layouts, if you go to, let me start from scratch here. If you go to tools and then options and then where it says opening windows, if you check open and dock window, I believe then, if you check that, so I don't, because when I open a window, I don't, I want to choose if I want to dock it immediately or not. Okay, but if you do that and then click on Brokerage Plus, it should open it in a dock window. Try that, okay? Now, what dock window? I don't know if you can specify it. Maybe, but try that, okay? And then click on Brokerage Plus, and then hopefully that'll open it into a dock window. If you have many dock windows, you may have to find it, but then you can just move it into the dock you want. All right, guys, man, oh man. Even the meme stocks are starting to fire up again. GME, it just won't die. Look at GME on the run here. A low of 145, almost tacking on $10. But anyway. Yeah, I saw AMC earlier. All right, guys. Yeah, I bet you a big wow. 28 to 32. Yeah, that's a big pop here, guys. Anyway, yeah, ZY is still. I still have some left. Don't have a lot left. You know, but this is still alive. All right, guys, I got to talk a little bit about Brokerage Plus. Time is 10:51. Okay, so I just popped in the Brokerage Plus link. So when you click on that link, you'll see two videos. The first video, the shorter video, shows you how you can connect your IB, and I guess E-Trade seems to be working again, but I still think there might be some issues. But anyway, it shows you how you can connect your Interactive Brokers account and your E-Trade account, so you can use this window called Brokerage Plus to trade those accounts. Okay. The second video shows you in a lot more detail what you can do within Brokerage Plus. And that's also for the simulator, which I'm going to go over. So watch the videos, okay? I don't go over in any great detail about Brokerage Plus. It's more of an advanced topic. But please listen to me carefully. If you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account, you can still use Trade Ideas. This is just a feature that we happen to have, that if you happen to have an IB or E-Trade account, you can use this window to trade. That's all it is. It's just a feature. It's not mandatory to use. And unfortunately, though, if you're using our web-based version, it's not available. You have to be using our app, downloadable app, okay? And now, the other big reason, and probably a lot of people next week, especially if you're new to trading, we have a great simulator. You click on Sim, and now you're in simulation mode. In simulation mode, so it's paper trading, simulation mode, uses our real-time data, okay? You don't have to, it doesn't matter who your broker is, it uses our real-time data. So here's how you can practice trading. Practice before you commit money to the market. Holy smokes, I forgot. You know what, guys? I really apologize. I wasn't that happy with Cenex because I took a short on that and I didn't get nearly the number of shares I wanted. So I haven't been paying attention, but look at this now. CENX. Remember I was talking about Cenex earlier, an earnings play, broke down underneath 12. But I didn't get nearly the number of shares I wanted, so I. But what a oh man! Look at this. I mean, we've had so many trending stocks yesterday, today, looking like this on earnings. WW means worth watching. You know, and this is an alpha stock. I mean, look at this. Cenex is doing its thing as the market is moving higher. All right? It doesn't care that the market's moving higher. Cenex is an earnings play, and obviously the reaction is terrible. Wow. I mean, it's crazy. I was looking at my P&L saying, why is it even moving? And then I'm looking down and talk about a rookie mistake. That could have, well, I'm sure I had an alert set on the high, so I would have got out of the trade, but man. Yeah, I can see this is it's an earnings play, and it's also from the option scanner. I'm not in this one. I just can't pay enough attention. But you guys can. No excuse for you guys. You want to follow my watch list alerts. You want to follow my scan, my option scanner, my favorite one. You want to follow those. You know, look, we don't get very many alerts. You know, we have 4 total, 2 on the way down, 2 on the way up. Not very many here. It's designed to not get very many alerts. So if you're new to trading, you know, you don't have to concentrate on too many different symbols. Oh yeah, yeah. I'm looking at my ZY. You know, that is. It was really referring to the Cenex, why it was moving. It didn't even, it's at the bottom right. Well, it doesn't really matter, but now for me, you know, I've taken some out because I'm not sure it's going to take out 11. And look right there. I mean, this is what I was looking at. Why take this trade in the first place? Well, for me, broke down through 12, earnings play, and look at the room. You know, you hear me say this all the time. If you're new to this room or new to trading, you'll hear me say this. I know in ag, but look left, look left, look left. People ask me, well, if you're an intraday trader, why do you have a daily and a monthly and a weekly chart? Why? Because my intraday trading is based on, most of the time anyway, stocks making new highs or new lows for the day. So if a stock has made a new high or a new low for the day, I'm not having to worry about intraday resistance anymore. I'm going to have to start looking at the higher time frames to see, okay, great. Where could it keep going before it meets a new low, as an example in this particular case? Now, I mean, this is way down at 1057. Not saying it's going to get there, you know, on the daily chart. So, I mean, there is a ton of room. Okay, great, Saeed. I thought that's how it would work. Eventually, it'll be the same where, you know, it'll have a way in which you can just right click and you'll put it in the dock somehow. So ranking insight, I had a question about how to see my option scanner. Just go to my home page. Put my homepage link in. So go to my homepage, and then go to the scan section. Okay, so when you go to the scan section, right here. Okay, click here, and there it is. Moving higher with unusually strong options. Okay. I just hope we have this activity next week at the start of the test drive. I mean, it's super active, guys. Look at all the earnings plays. I mean, look at them all. You know, I've got this is the list. And there would be more earnings plays. But I've got some filters in place. You know, I don't want to see them all, but there are just a ton of earnings plays. Again, that's a scan I'm sharing. Meanwhile, CTRM appears to be moving. I'm hearing it. Yeah, look at that. Another great alert, 248, 265. What sort of, and through the 200-day, yesterday, there's where it was. So it popped through the 200-day moving average. We saw that many times. And again, look left. So, I mean, I see, a fair amount of resistance getting closer and closer, right around this 270 mark. All right, so let's just take a look at the simulator in action. So again, you just click on an alert, symbol shows up, you pick the price you want to get in at. And most of you who are going to be new to trading will not short, so you'll probably just click the buy button and that's it. Let's say I wanted to take Flexion, okay, but I want to take it right now. Let's say I want to take Flexion if it pulls back to say 625. I look at the chart right there. So I pick how many shares I want to do that at. I put 625 in both boxes. And you click the buy button and the blue line will appear on the chart. And you'll see, so if Flexion moves down to 625, it'll take it on a pullback play. Okay. So that's one way to do it. Now, you can always, wow, CENX just, hey, it might take out 11. Might get closer to that 1050. I've already taken some out. I'm always a little leery of a stock when it gets close to a whole number. So at this point right now, if I don't want to still be taking this on a pullback for whatever reason, I just have to go to the orders section and I right click and I cancel the order. Okay? I'll keep it in there. All right, guys. Sorry, I'm just following an internal discussion. Playa. Let's see if Playa. This is probably an earnings play. Yes, post-market. Okay, I'm going to try to do this poll again. Let's see if I can figure this out. Oops. See if this works. Okay, let's see if this works. I'm not sure, did I do it right? I'm not seeing any no's. There have to be some no's. I must have done this wrong, guys. I'm sorry. I must have done this wrong. There have to be some no's in here. I'm just saying say yes if you like it. I must have done this wrong. Yeah, I've all. No, I understand this. I've got to do this poll again. I can't figure out why. Okay, maybe I make it really simple. Well, how many times I do a pop-up poll? Pop-up poll. I haven't done it. That's why I'm not able to do it well. Maybe this is. Let's see if this works. If this doesn't work, I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna go into the. So if that doesn't work, if that doesn't make sense, then there we go. Okay. So right now we've got 58% not liking it who tried it and went back. Now we're at 62%, 65%. Now's your time to vote, guys, because I'm sending this to our development. Okay, now's your time to vote. And, be honest, obviously. You don't like it because it's, the chart lag or you're finding it too difficult. I mean, vote now. This is instant feedback for our developers. So don't cry later on if, I don't like it, but I didn't vote. I'll leave it up for another minute or so. It's closer than I thought, to be honest. I thought there'd be more people who had tried it and didn't like it. All depends on your use of it. If you're just using it, if you're not a power user and, clicking on alerts over and over and over again, then the little chart lag is probably not a big deal to you. I'm actually finding it's not as big a deal today. I'm on a different sort of a development version that they're trying to, determine memory lag and all that. Okay, guys, I think I'll shut it down. I got 45 responses, so 46. I'll see if I get 50. Come on, 3 more people. Come on. Two more people. Come on. All right, that's it. All right, thanks, guys. Give me a moment here, guys. All right, guys. Yeah, it's being worked on. Definitely being worked on, Greg. All right, thanks for the feedback, guys. All right, I'm sure tons of stuff have happened since I was doing that. Yeah, look at the Cenex, obviously totally out of it. That whole number for me, I know it doesn't make any sense logically, but it is psychological. I mean, look what it did. It got right to almost to the penny. 1102. I know Real and I sort of disagree about this. The algos don't care about a whole number. I've just seen it happen too many darn times. So it's just how I trade. So I'm following along what Real is saying. And I'm sure he's going to keep talking about the trading plan. So if he's right. I mean, in terms of what I like one. I've just made a decision. Does that mean that I never ever take a stock outside of $20? No. All my scans though are designed for that. But if somebody posted a chart in there and it would happen to be over $20, I will look at it. If I kind of like what I see. But all my scans, they're stocks under $20. It's that simple. That's just what I like. And the other thing is I'm always seeing stocks making new highs or new lows for the day. That's what I like to see. Could I have scans that will show me pullbacks? Of course. But I decided, my plan was to concentrate on something that made sense to me. Okay? And that, after, I didn't know as a new trader, I had no idea. I didn't know what I was going to like, what I would like to trade. I had no idea. I was inundated with, stocks left and right, do this, do that, getting nothing done. So I had to make a decision. Okay, I'm only going to concentrate on this. I will miss other stuff, so be it. Yeah, and Real is so right. I mean, listen, we had to talk about Hood yesterday, okay? I mean, the room has many different levels of trading experience, okay? And yeah, he's absolutely right. I mean, to try to trade Hood and figure and, it's exciting as all get out. No question about it. But it's not easy. It's exciting when you're in a trade, like I was, actually held the darn thing overnight, and sure, it worked out great for me. But it's not necessarily, and it's great when it's working. It's awful when it's not. I mean, that's all I can say. And these things, they're going to be incredibly whippy, highly emotional. All right, I see B. Yeah, I see B showed up on my option scanner. So, I mean, it's got room. I mean, it's an earnings play. I did notice that Holly tried to short it, got stopped out. It was negative. It's just gone positive now. Look left, the room it's got. 2151 is the next high. So there's a little bit of room here. But certainly a mixed bag. I mean, it was definitely negative to start. I mean, the reaction to earnings was negative, and it released after hours. It was still negative this morning, and now it has just gone positive. So, it's a little bit whippy. I wouldn't know if there's a solid trend here yet. No, they did not. HMHC, let's see. Okay, so the reason why the option volume isn't high enough yet. My scan is at 2,000 minimum volume, so it's at 1.8. It'll show up. I guarantee it'll show up really soon. Okay, because my minimum is 300%, so that's okay. But it's just at the number. Yeah, you may have lowered it. Again, guys. You can take my scans and you can adjust them I mean, obviously that would have worked pretty well. And probably the BITF is the same thing. Yeah, so here, so in this case, the contracts are fine. It's over 2,000 contracts, but it's under 300%. So yeah, always a trade-off. If you can adjust my scanner so you would get more alerts. Maybe they're not going to be, as high quality. It's up to you though. OBT. This is obviously an IPO, guys. OBT IPO just opened. All right, guys. So all right, why are you cutting in and out my music? All right, guys. Let's see, what time is it? 11:24. All right, so getting closer to my break. Okay, so BE, I mean, it's interesting to me. I know it's in my option scanner. It's interesting. I wish this hadn't happened, of course. I mean, it was chopped around a lot. Is it going to maintain? I mean, the initial reaction to earnings was not good. Okay, guys, okay, so that's the one, and I'll bet it is going to show up any time now. Come on. just needs another 80 contracts. This needs another 80 contracts, and this will show up in my scanner. Now, you want to take it earlier, that's fine, but the other thing, I mean, practice in the simulator. I don't know how, practice in our simulator. My guess, in fact, is that CENX probably had a cross. Let's just, oops, let's type it in correctly. I bet you CENX had a cross. Right there. So if you were in this CENX earlier and played it, all the way down to that 11 mark and then got out somewhere around here, look at the cross, and I don't know how, it's not bad. So on the 2-minute chart, you see that 8 EMA crossing above the 20 SMA and right at 1126. So, it got up to 1151, and if it keeps going higher, that's a great little alert. And it's also trying to do it on the 5-minute chart, okay? This happened yesterday, I think, with Lumen, L-U-M-N, the same sort of thing. I think it was Lumen. It was a great short all day long, and then it finally stopped, started to move up, and you look for this cross on the 2-minute chart. That gives you a potential sign that it's moving higher. So another thing is, you can concentrate on just a few stocks a day. Ones that are moving. Right now, we're in earnings season, so these stocks are in play all day long. Rarely you're going to see something that's moved and just stops, okay? When it's an earnings play. Rarely. Let's say it doesn't happen. So I see VST did not work from the option scanner on the way down. Appreciate all you're doing there for, well, not just for Vi, but for other people, Real. What I didn't talk about, of course, was money management. I've just been so distracted today, but yeah, what Real talks about, it's all about money management too. And let's just do one trade just to show you what I'm talking about. Say I want, wow, look at this. So BE is actually working now off that. Let's say I want to take this trade, BE, all right? I'm going to take it right, it's a 3-cent spread, so that's not terrible. I just want to show you what I'm talking about. 500 shares at the market. Okay, now would I do this? Not necessarily, but I'm just trying to show you how this works. Okay, so it took the trade at 20.84, right? I'm going to put a stop at 20. This is all we're talking about now is money management. Is at 20.64. Not that. And I'm doing this, again, I always say it like this, but I'm just trying to make the math super simple. So when you get into a trade, and that's actually not a bad stop. Look at the 2-minute chart. If it broke down through that, probably should be out of the trade. So when you get into a trade, you always have to, and as your plan, you always have to have a price where you're going to get out of the trade if it doesn't work. Not every trade is going to work. So instead of allowing a losing trade just to have horrible losses for you, you have to have a manageable amount that you're going to risk on the trade. So the first thing though is knowing where your stop is. Now that is only going to come with some practice. You know, I like to put stops where I see on a chart where I think there could be some support. If it breaks down through that support level, I'm going to get out of the trade. Others may use a moving average or whatever, but how you decide where you're going to put your stop can only come with practicing, okay, and getting a feel for that. So once you get kind of, you know, accustomed to, okay, I get the idea, I got to put a stop. I think I'm getting it. I think I'm getting the idea about where I should put a stop. So where you put your stop there will also determine how many shares you take. Notice I put 2084 and I put my stop at 2064. Why did I take 500 shares? Because now the next aspect is this. Notice that it says 97.50 minus 97.50. It's close enough to 100. Next aspect is, okay, I get the idea. I got to put a stop. Now, how much am I actually willing to risk on the trade, though, if it doesn't work in dollar-wise? So, I mean, it depends on your account size, of course, but I mean, if you've got a $5,000 account, you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So in this simulation mode that I'm in, I said, okay, I'll risk $100 a trade. And you keep that about the same for every trade. You don't vary it. That one trade you're risking 100, the next trade you're risking 200, the next 500, the next 50. You try to keep it around the same amount for every trade. That's what I do. And I think Real also prescribes to that. So if I'm going to risk $100 on the trade, that share size me, because my difference between my entry price and my stop is 20 cents. You divide 20 cents into $100, you get 500 shares. Okay? So that's why I took 500 shares. Obviously, you know, if my stop had been 10 cents away or 30 cents away or 32 cents away, you've got to divide that 30, whatever that number is, into the $100 if that's what you're willing to risk, and that'll share size you. So it's not like you're taking the same share size every time. Okay? And then the next big important aspect is obeying it. Like Tom earlier today, you know, talked about, you know, his loss in Hood. Well, the tough thing to do sometimes as a new trader, because it's exciting. I mean, there's no question that first time you hit that buy button, it's exciting. But, you know, the trade is not working. It's not working. You can't believe it. You know, you've heard good news about it. It had earnings, and I'm not talking about BE specifically, but you know, you've read all sorts of good stuff. Again, earnings, the room is talking about it. But guess what? Just because, you know, everything seems so positive doesn't mean the trade's going to work. So the next aspect is truly believing your stop, believing in it, instead of second guessing it. You know, you start second guessing it and moving it down. So now, you know, it's a bigger loss than you wanted. You keep moving it down as it keeps approaching that new level. So now, I mean, if I let it in at 2014, I'm down $347 if I allow it to take myself even there. Okay, so it's going to happen. It's hard to obey your stop sometimes because you don't want to believe that you're wrong. You know, you think, or even worse, I won't obey it because even if it goes down below it, I know it's going to come back. Okay? So, you know, and that can happen. That's probably the worst thing that can happen as a new trader is not obeying your stop and then having it, you know, turn on you, bounce off where your new stop was, and then you're making money. You're thinking, great, I'm glad I didn't obey my stop. So, 3 aspects then. Knowing where you're going to get out, which will then share size you, because you should be risking only the same amount per trade. At least that's my opinion. And then obeying your stop. Okay? And practice in the simulator. If you can't make money in the simulator, forget about trying to make money in a live account. I'm just going to flat out say, forget about it. If you cannot make money in the simulator, forget about trying to make money in your real account. Unfortunately, though, even if you can make money in the simulator, doesn't mean you're going to be making money in your real account. Because again, the emotions come in. And discipline, you know, especially when you're brand new, can fly out the window, just like we're talking about, not obeying your stop. Easy to obey your stop in a simulator. Easy to do. It's play money, right? But If you want to take it seriously, for instance, I know we give you $100,000, but if you want to take it seriously, you should, only if you have a $5,000 account or a $10,000 account, you're not going to take 5,000 shares of BE, even though, you have access to $100,000. So take it seriously. This is not easy. Trading is not easy. Again, not trying to dissuade anybody from this, but it is not easy. Okay, so guys, it's 11:36, so getting close to my break. I haven't even had a chance to look at my my scan here, FLXN 625. Obviously that worked out pretty well. It got up to well, not bad, and we got up to 653. I wouldn't call that a huge winner. Mavis at 1460. What did it do after that? Not bad. And it got up to 1513. I'd take that. OCGN. The alert was at 731. Again, it popped back down, but it's now up to 765. So again, use this like a watch list. I mean, the creation of this is especially, but myself too. I mean, I just don't have time to really pay attention to it. But for a new trader, just to have a very few number of stocks to look at. ZY still is not over. I mean, it is still, I like the way it held that 14. MNMND, that's that mind meld. Did it finally move? I know a lot of guys in Trade Ideas are in this one. Yeah. Just doesn't ever want to hold. Just doesn't want to hold. When I say guys in Trade Ideas, I'm talking about, guys like Mike and Michael and Steve and Jamie and Andy. The psychedelics, it just doesn't want to move. Well, yeah, I mean, they may be released, and you're in since 40, good for you. But, if this does anything, I do remember this. This changed symbols, right? I mean, this Canadian stock, I know it's a Canadian, I thought it was a Canadian stock. Oh, I guess I thought it was was this not a Canadian stock? And they got a NASDAQ listing? But it's not a Canadian stock anymore. I guess they changed their head office to New York, so now it's not a Canadian stock anymore. Even though my guess is, I mean, they must still have a presence in Canada. All right, Zach, long, BYSI. He's playing this off the bottom here. The other thing you're doing, a Siri, is that if you're getting the auto stop in, exact, that means you're auto trading to a certain extent, aren't you? And I don't know what you're auto trading. No, okay, but you're taking the entries in auto trade mode, and then you're managing the loss, or the you're managing the exit. Okay. Real's been talking about ASTR, so it really hasn't moved that well. I don't know. 1177, I guess that. I don't know if you shorted this one or. It is not shortable there now. Okay. You were right. Ah, that's where it went. All right, guys, I'm just going to take a brief break here. I'll be right back. Wow, hallelujah, guys. I was just in another room. I heard booyah, which is my sound alert for my price alerts. And booyah is right. Look at this ZY, guys. I mean, I've obviously traded some out, but wow. I guess you know what my stock of the day is going to be. My video that I'll be doing in about 14 minutes. All right, feed the kitty. Oh my goodness. Okay, guys, just give me a moment. My headset just died on me. I have to switch over to another one. All right, guys. You know what else is having a real balance? I don't know if it was mentioned. I'm sure it was mentioned, but FSLY earnings play, FSLY earnings play, and it is bouncing here. Still down 15%, but it bounced off the lows here. BYSI. Let's take a look at BSI. Another earnings play, guys. CMRX is a little bit too choppy, perhaps. It is an earnings play. It just went positive now. Maybe a little too choppy. Weber, yeah, we have a Weber grill. So I read about it this morning, and I did notice that they reduced the number of shares and the IPO price, so they're not raising as much money. All right, guys, I am going to just find out who's going to be in the YouTube room in about 10 minutes. I believe it's Jamie. Well, you shouldn't be caught in a low volume trade. Not, well, I shouldn't say that. I mean, it depends what you're trading, I suppose. But certainly the things that we look at in the room, with the relative volume, my relative volume is always high. The volume is always relatively high. Also, not just talking about the relative volume. When you say, why would you be caught in a low volume trade? No code, no. No, there's no code for that, Mark. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. What is the lowest we have? I think is 2. Yeah. Oh, 5. Actually, the 5. 5 is the lowest we've got. You can put it on the charts, of course, but as a filter, yeah, it's only 5. Yeah. No way to code it though. You know what? I'll make sure, but I'm going to be 99% sure. I want to see if there's some kind of crazy data point that is sitting there that I'm not aware of, but I don't think so. No. Yeah. No. I'm just looking at the filters that we've got. I wanted to see if we don't have anything. No, sorry. Yeah, I'm not a big swing trader, Jason, but I mean, I'll take a look at it. TT. Okay, now, so a couple of things here. It's way outside the price range, but at this point, I mean, it's earnings August 4th pre-market, so it had earnings yesterday. Obviously, the reaction yesterday wasn't great, and then today it's continuing down. So I'm not sure what you're seeing. As a swing trade, you're talking about swinging it long. Yeah, I mean, I think it's in my opinion, I think it's premature. I mean, it's down below. Where's the 200 day? 200 day is way down here at 163. In my opinion, it's probably premature. What makes you think that it's stopped moving down now? Here's a level that I'd be looking at, 187, to see if it challenges that. I mean, listen, if you've got a history that it bounces off the 20, I don't have the 20 EMA on here, but to me, it would be premature. But don't let me stop you. Oh. I might be changing layouts, guys. They're trying to get this. They're trying to get the single stock window with not as much lag. So they're telling me. Just a minute. They're telling me that there's something there now, a new one that I can check. So just give me a moment here. I want to see if it's actually there. Yes, it is. All right, guys. So what's going to happen is I am going to load a new version of Trade Ideas. So what's going to happen is we're not going to see all the previous ones in my watch list and all. But I want to do it because they want me to test it out. So I'm going to. First of all, I want to save my layout. And what one was this? 2 docs. Okay, now I'm going to exit. Just give me a moment here. I just have to. It's not mandatory, but I've just got into the habit of uninstalling the previous version, so I guess it's not 100% mandatory. All right, now let's get the new one loaded. All right, guys. Again, I've loaded the latest version, development version. They want me to test it to see if it's helped the speed and all that. So Mustafa, you have a choice. We have a YouTube room. Oh, just a second. We have a YouTube room. Okay, Jamie is streaming right now. So Jamie, before I'm just going to pop in if he wants to head over to the to what I call the main trading room. Okay, a little more action. Okay, Jamie, I will stop streaming right now.
All right, I do believe I have the steering wheel now. Test 1, 2. My mic looks good. If someone could just let me know via the chat panel if you can see my desktop and hear me okay. Much appreciated. Testing 1, 2, 3. Bueller? Anyone? All right, decent little crowd in here, ladies and gents. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Jason. Regatta, thank you as well. Hello, David. All right, very good. All right, so welcome to my desktop here. I'm catching Barry trying out the latest beta version, or not even a beta, but the latest dev version to help try to clear up a little bit of the lag that we've been having. So we'll have to see what he says later on. Hey, Kevcom, how you doing? All right, so kind of an interesting day today. Let's just go ahead and take a look at the overalls. Here we are. And today is Thursday. And, of course, no guarantees. But it looks like the market's setting up for another possible run at the new highs, assuming we hold up today and don't give back too much. Of course, the SPY's only up a smidge today, 0.4%, as we can see up here. And if we notice these volume levels, they are pretty sleepy on the lower time frames, well below a half, 23% on the 5-minute volume for SPY, not even 50%, and a low relative volume as well. But having said that, it seems today that the casinos are back in play, and when a sector is semi-hot, it's always good to see the AI participating in said sector. So we have a couple of really good buy opportunity or buy signals coming out of the AI today pretty early on in LVS, which of course is Las Vegas Sands, and Wynn. All right. I'm seeing something weird over here on the broadcast. It's cleared up. Hopefully you guys can still see and hear me. Saw a little spinny wheel on my broadcast software, but hopefully everything's cool. If there is something weird going on, let me know, please. If I can make my fingers work, there we go. Okay, good. Yeah, I saw the little wheel spinning on YouTube. Okay, good. And then, of course, the biggest winner, not a casino, from the AI today, INSG, business communication equipment, and not a bad winner, and a nice healthy spread, as we can see here, between conservative profit and moderate profit, to the tune of about 3 times. If we just round this up to 70, 210, roughly speaking. So by taking a little bit more risk and staying in the INSG trade, a little bit more risk today was rewarded by a 3x factor. Holly punching out on the profit save here. We just take a look here. I'm going to shrink this down to 5 minutes, just so we can see a little bit more detail on this trade. And as we can see here, nice little immediate gratification, popping up to almost the 930 level. Holly making kind of an untimely exit down in this little area right here on the pullback. Of course, the shaded area showing the time that the AI spent in the trade. But of course, look what happens here. 10 period's not going to have it. Boom, shoots it right back up. So just waiting for a little bit, giving the trade a little bit more time, paid off big time. As you can see from this little S over here, I was in this trade today, and that is my first exit right there. I peeled out a half right there, set my second lot for a break-even stop, which is way down here, and so far that was a good call. Not a bad sell, retrace, got a little bit bleedy down here, but reclaims the 10 and back up again. Yeah, KevCom, commenting on the AI, how it is not doing too shabby over the past few days. This makes day number 3, where the performance has been pretty darn good. For a while there, it was kind of hit and miss. Of course, just like every strategy that a trader employs, for a while it's going to work really well, but eventually whatever's working is going to kind of stop working to various extents, and then we have to go back and attempt to tweak it a little bit. Well, same thing holds true with the AI, especially when we are up in these ranges near all-time highs, just kind of ebbing and flowing and grinding along here. It makes for some of the more difficult trading. Now that now that we're off the bottoms from last year's debacle, back up here flirting with highs, things get a little bit more difficult. So, Mr. Michael Noss, who is the keeper of the AI, has been doing some house cleaning, okay? going in and getting rid of old strategies that were profitable but just not quite as profitable as they should have been. So we're constantly tweaking that collection of base strategies, weeding the garden, so to speak, and it looks like Michael's recent efforts are paying off. So we did have a little bit of spread in here on the INSG. Since the trades are still open, well, I take that back. Win has been closed via a profit save. Teensy-wincy bit of spread here, but just kind of toeing the line. If the buyers are real, and when I say that, I mean when we look at Win, these are big cap names, obviously. We got relative volume approaching 3 on Win. If we take a look at LVS, not quite as hardy, but when you see relative volume in these large caps, I mean, it typically means something. So there's definitely some accumulation going on here, maybe some rotation, or maybe just it's purely technical because looking at Las Vegas, it's been beaten down pretty good for a while now. So just might be getting down to some levels. Shrinking my daily up here, you can see where it's attempting to put on the brakes here. Tell you what, let's zoom out a little bit more. Take a peek at the weekly. Interesting, you know, when you crunch it up in weeks now, boy, the AI sure likes to trade. LVS. Not some bad short sell activity way back there in June of 2018. Wow. But interesting nonetheless, we can see all the AI buys and sell signals. And as we nestle up into this little area, last time we did this was back in April of 2020. And this area back here is way back from 16. So Las Vegas. Now let's check out Win. Not near as beat down as LVS, but trying to find a little support from this area way back here. Acted as support and resistance through here, but it looks like it's trying to put on the brakes. All right, got some questions coming in here. And yes, Jason, I would agree with you there. Yeah, the swing trading has become a lot trickier. For a while there, it was by far and away the path of least resistance. Never like to use the term easy when we're talking about trading. But that has changed, as things do. So we must adapt. All right, MTTR. Kevcom's talking about MTTR. You've managed to hold it for a couple of days. Let's take a peek. All right, so only a 3-week-old stock. Let's get it back to daily. Okay, so I'm guessing this was either a new issue or a rebranding of symbols. You never can tell these days until you dig around a little bit. In any case, we have limited data. Every time I see limited data on the daily, I always like to give it an old anchor VWAP here. Just by clicking on the little icon, hitting that anchor, anchoring it from the first day of trading. All right, so a couple of days, Kevcom. Well, the action today is good. Volume is decent, not quite 1 on the relative scale, but almost 700,000 shares. Notice when I anchored the VWAP here yesterday, below it. Today, a nice up move. So if we get a close above this level, the purplish line, then that would be definitely a bullish sign. Perhaps the anchored VWAP will act as support as it was doing back here. Came down here, a little bit of resistance, now it's back above again, and not too far away from the all-time high. So not bad action. We'll have to see how it closes today, but looking good so far. Right. I think who was Barry? Barry was talking about TT here before I took the helm. I don't know exactly who it was thinking it might be done going down, focusing on the 20 period here, which is the red line. Okay. A lot of the times they'll stop there. There's certainly nothing to say that it can't. I think Barry was eyeballing this level down here, right at the swing exit, corresponding with the 50 period, which is the lighter pink line. So this level doesn't hold, then this is what we might have in store. Right, a SPAC buyout. Yeah, the SPACs were all the rage. Now they're just kind of fallen by the wayside. There's still plenty of them out there. It'll be interesting to see how that little sector holds up, or whatever you want to call it, the SPAC universe. All right, looks like we're caught up on questions, but everybody just keep in mind this is the hour that we allocate for the live support session, so anything that you might want to know about, by all means, let me know. Just taking a look at my blotter over here. Edit. Not bad price action today. I like what happened here. We topped out, we kind of rounded out this little bottom here. Get back to the top. What do we have going on? This nice little clean range break. A little bit more energy expenditure than I like to see. But breaks out, toe in the line and heading higher. And looking at the daily over here, this area could possibly well be in play if the momentum continues. AMN having a nice day. Whoops, I think AMD had just been on fire. You know, I was laughing and making the comment. I'm like, was AMD a new Mimi stock? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just a beautiful breakout in a 6-day run there on AMD. And finally giving a little bit back today. I know a lot of people have been waiting for this. Waiting, and today, a little bit of a pullback. And just wicking down to just a little bit past the top of that candle body from day before yesterday. Speaking of Mimi stocks, GME taking a little swoon down to its area back here, finally putting in a little bounce. AMC, of course. Yeah, I'm getting a little bit of lag today too. I don't have any docked windows open either. Let me check. No D's. Tell you what. And of course, I would be remiss if I didn't at least take a look at Hood. What a day yesterday. What do we have on a high right there? 85 was the high. Get this back on 15s here. And that is 85 there, 85 there. What a nice trading stock. All right, looks like my ping time is good, so hopefully, I just don't know why my charts are a little bit laggy today. Uber taking a nice bounce. Was in this one short for a little while yesterday. Made a teensy weensy bit, gapped it down, and then boom. Like the old beach ball being held underwater. Took a nice little run up today. Could this be a little bouncy?  'Cause 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 ' trying to defend this level here. So far so good. Need a close above that level there. A little doji, a little hammer close would be nice for the bulls. Is there a way to filter stocks that just received a buy signal on the daily charts? Filter stocks that just received a buy signal. Well, to your point there, Jason, as far as daily candles go, we're going to be very limited in the alerts, right? So for daily candles, typically what I'll do is access the lists, the pre-programmed list that we have. It's been a while since I dug in here. Okay, so we open up the dailies here, and we can identify daily candles, but obviously the candle had to have closed, so all of these will be looking at the prior day. Does that make sense? Jason, let me know. Because we've got plenty of alerts, all right, but most of them are going to be relegated to the intraday time frames. Now I tell you what, let me poke into my cloud here. Obviously Bollinger daily, pin the 10, bullish daily candlestick patterns. Let's take a peek here. Okay, so if you notice, this is a multi-strat window. Several strategies in there. So we're pointed to a list here. And when we scroll down to find said list, it's pointed to the doji list, right? And of course the alerts for these are not going to be the dailies themselves, okay? New high, looking at stocks that exhibited certain daily patterns from the prior day. So what do we got here? We got 4 different strategies in here. The doji, hammer, bottoming tail, green bar reversal. So anybody that wants this window, I'll just drop the cloud right in. Cloud link. And there's that multi-strategy window. So feel free to watch it as is or modify it, play around with it. LVS just tightening up here when doing the similar dance. Been waiting on Win. It's been more of a lagger today as far as the AI trades go. Punched out a sum up here. You can see my red sell button or my sell tag. Same thing with INSG. Been waiting for Win to get up a little more. We get another little push there. I'll probably peel out a half of my Win. We'll see what happens. Fold. Not doing too much today. Just hovering right about the entry signal. Tried to make a little break here. Technically broke out. Couldn't do it though. That level is acting as a little spot of supply for now, but still got quite a bit of time in the day. And I'm just scrolling through the AI trades right now. Cree's interesting. Builds a little steam sideways. It might make another run for its high. You know, in the short term, got a little room up to just over 100. Oops, I'm looking at the weekly there, but still a good look. And we're butting right up to this candle here on the wick, and that's where Cree is put on the brakes today. So unless we get some crazy volume coming in, Cree might be done for the day. RVLV. Short, of course, on this one. And slightly out of the money. Presently was in the money. Now we're out of the money a little bit. Still going to give it some time. And of course, the same thing we were looking at earlier in Barry on the Tata. Little bottoming tail as is being identified here. Frog, green bar reversal, as we can see here. And we got DMTK, little bottoming tail, nice action today. Not that much of a gap up either, so plenty of time to buy in that opening 15 minutes. The 32 and change, 33 level, and boy, this thing cranking all the way up to almost 37 today. Not a bad little intraday move. And let's see what the doji looks like. Yes, an inverted doji, but a doji nonetheless. And when we see a doji, that just simply means there might be good action on the following day. CEIX getting a little gap and an additional lift, but looks like it's getting sleepy. Getting tired of running. And as always, the all-time high ticker, pretty active today. UMC, United Microelectronics, what's the market cap on that one? 29 bill. A lot of energy expenditure getting back up there on OMCL. Not a bad little breakout here on the fiber on the daily. And not that, not a bad opportunity to participate in the fiber. See that level 3021. We had the breakout occurring. Not bad because nice little rounded range break here. Excuse me, I was looking at yesterday's. A little 45-minute consolidation period. Boom. Not bad risk on the intraday. And then shortly after, a nice little entry signal. We could have been in this guy right here on a nice clean range break. A little sideways action, and then boom. Having the pattern play out in two different time frames here on the intraday for a nice cuddly entry signal with low risk about down here. And then we get a corresponding identical break on the daily. Always good to see. Confirmation on multiple time frames. All right, ladies and gents, everybody's quiet out there. Let me have some questions if you got them. In the meantime, let's just do this. Throw up a little dark channel bar. And we're just basically seeing a sea of green today. Compare counts were pretty strong today and have remained strong. But where is the most green? Energy, consumer discretionary, communications. But all green. And there's another gambling stock. As Penn keeps on a cruising. Now, they just bought somebody, didn't they? I can't remember who. OCGN. Is that the one we just looked at a minute ago? Ah, okay. Yeah. Biotech throwing some elbows, or surgical appliance and supplies manufacturing. And Uber, very active today. Ah, no wonder. I was like, that doesn't look right. Somehow I had my scroll bar there. All right. Fastly trying to eat up that gap. A lot of people like gap plays, gap fills, false gap retracements. But obviously a sizable little gap there. More than likely because earnings came out after the market. Nice little gap down, but after 45 minutes of trading, look what we have here. We've got this nice little clean opening range break right here. Right about 35.37. Looking at the low of that prior 15-minute candle. It's about as low risk as you can hope for there. Looking at about 34.28. 35, around about a point risk, but is paying off handsomely. Eating up about half that gap. SRPT putting in some good action today as well. Lo and behold, a media group, little micro cap stock. What do we got here? A whopping 88 million market cap. Nice price action, 228 up to $3 and change. Not the thickest stock out there, but not bad volume today. 5.6 million shares. And as Barry was talking about, we've been having some lag on the new docked single stock window. Some of my metrics are missing. Let's see if I can find them real quick. I always like to get a little snapshot of the bid and a little snapshot of the offer just to see what the spread is. Okay, so we got a bid of 293, offer of 294, just as I suspected. Even a thinly traded stock, when the volume is there, you're going to typically have small spreads. Some people don't like trading the small ones, but hey, it's just a number. I was having a conversation with a client yesterday, talking about just trading styles in general, talking about the difference between predictive and reactionary. And when we have a specific event in mind, for example, I like to watch these stocks for range breaks, right? Now, of course, we've got alerts for range breaks. But once I get these pulled up, you'll notice we have specific time frames, right? Don't really have any interest in 1 minute, 10-minute, 15-minute opening range breaks. I'm more interested in 30 and 60 minutes, at least 30 minutes, okay? And anywhere between 30 and 60, and anywhere after 60, okay? But if they don't happen exactly at 30 minutes, if they're not breaking out, exactly at that time, well, we kind of have to search for them manually. So, tell you what, let's shrink this down to 5. And here we are looking at today's action. Okay, so we put in our low on this opening 5-minute candle. And we came up here and put in the high in the next 5-minute candle. And then we're range bound for a good period of time here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Now this one looks good, but according to the way I play these, I'm pretty sure I would have been stopped out. Okay. So here's what I'm looking at. We have the break right here in this candle, as we can clearly see, penetrating that high, and the prior 15, oh, excuse, I stand corrected. I thought it was on 15 minutes for a second, but no, it would not have been a stop out. Prior 15 minutes as a stop loss, not including the entry bar, 5, 10, 15. So the stop would have been down here. I was thinking I was looking at 15-minute candles for a moment, in which case I would have been stopped out. Barely, of course, that's the way it goes. But if we count back 3, stop level down here. Little pull back about halfway to the stop area, but 10-period catch on the 5. Boom, we're back and off to the races. Okay, so if pin is truly breaking out, and this is 9:05, that is 5 minutes past the 30-minute opening range break. It might have flagged it, but we could have easily caught it with a new high alert right here. Anywhere in that candle would have been a good buy. Of course, you have to sit a little bit of a pullback, but hey, welcome to trading. No stop out hit, and we were rewarded. Simple. And pin might not be done for the day. All right, I've really been digging this window of berries too. Of course, I think you were commenting that on KevCom. Unusual strong options volume. So especially when I see them come through here, or maybe they came through this one first, and then I see them come through here second, or vice versa, that helps reinforce, yes, I could possibly well be right here, so stick with what you got, let that stop work, or potentially even add some shares. Let's just kind of scroll through these. DSKE today, notice, I should be getting an arrow on my chart here. When I click, not only am I really laggy, but I'm not getting a click here. So bear with me. Okay, so pin was 72.69. That thing's already 21 cents higher. On Dusky, we were 8.98, so that one's 4 cents away from the entry price. Uber 44.23, but that was at 10.22. Kind of topping out here, so it's still in the money slightly. BE at 20.63, and it's currently up at 21.20. ZI 64.51, currently hanging out at 65.38. SCR 26.90, or excuse me, 29.60. Oh, it was gracious enough to give me an arrow. Oh, I was not watching this window at this time, but I sure wish I would have been, because that's just pretty gorgeous to me. Okay, we get the signal right here, right out of that range break, and if we're playing by the rules, we have to include the wick. But 5, 10, 15, hey, wick and less shares, or candle body and more shares, wouldn't have stopped you out in either case. And you got a nice clean range break there, coupled with this signal, high options volume, and over a 2-point winner as it sits. NZY 1245, and this guy's hanging out at 1505. My goodness, this thing just literally knocked it out of the park today. Now, yesterday I was watching the flipped version. Which also spit out some pretty good short plays. Of course, the tide is not down today. The tide is up. But let's just take a peek anyway. Okay, around 11:34. Late here, 9:14 on a short, so you'd be out the money a little bit. But let's look at the history today, and I think these are set to not repeat. Okay. Certainly active. I'm out of history there, but BYSY, let's see, 2339. Scroll down a little bit more here. All right, that appears to be it, but not bad. 2339, and this thing went all the way down to 2130-ish. $29.59 on the DRVN. Yeah, never got more than about a quarter in the money before it reversed. BYSI, DRVN. And kind of a bottom play down there, no good. But it's no big surprise, because what I've noticed is that these windows typically ebb and flow with the direction of the market. Not to say there can't be a good winning short play today, but we're not going to see anything like what we see over here on the long side. Crazy on those signals today. But I'm definitely liking these windows. All right, pardon me while I just check some positions on another screen. TT, as Barry was indicating, not done quite yet. As you can see, that's my stop loss right there, and it's getting pretty close. What do we got? 700,000 almost in that one. RVLV still finding support. All right, I saw this guy coming through my all-time high ticker just recently. Kids. Orthopedics, surgical and medical instruments. Surprise, surprise. What's our market cap? A little over $1 billion, or about 1.4 billion. That is why the color is yellow. Green is 4 billion and above. Yellows are between 2 and 4 billion typically, or excuse me, blues are between 2 and 4 billion, and the yellow ones are sub 2 billion. There's Fastly doing its thing again. Wow, this lag is just killing me here. All right. I think I might be able to fix that. Fix my lag. Yeah, it's a teensy bit better. It's still a little bit laggy. It's a good 3 count right there. Oh well. When I'm done here, perhaps the old magical reboot might help it. Yeah, I see your question there now, Kevcom. What's your favorite alert to test swing strategy, and is there any good or different alerts for entries for swing trading? Well, first and foremost, it's the pattern that you might be hunting on a swing setup, Kevcom. Once you find the pattern, then there are many, many alerts that might do well in that scenario. So let's just use like a pullback to the 50 for an example here. Let me just pull it out of my cloud. Okay. Getting a little picky on me there. Okay. So pull back above the 50. Just take a look at one real quick here. Well, we're certainly above the 50, right? Here we are at the 50. Let's take a look at the history. So you can see in this one, even though it's a pullback above the 50, new high is being used, right? So we could easily probably swap this out for running up or running down. It just depends on the type of action that you want, right? Because all in all, we're keying off of the daily and the 50 and proximity to the 50, right? But if I took this alert window here and duplicated it, and then instead of using new high, maybe we swap it out for running down. Maybe that gets us a better price. Who knows? Let's take a peek here. Maybe we'll get some of the same symbols, and maybe we won't, because the filter set's not going to change. Angel, cuz. Okay, and running down, filter set didn't change. All I did is swap out new high for running down, right? And it appears we're not really getting a whole lot of overlap here. Okay, WPC, let's look and see how different these might look. Okay, so I just pulled up FWONK. You can still see the close proximity to the 50, right? It's just we're choosing a different action to generate the alert. So ACC, still looking very well. That one's way above. And of course, not all of these are going to be perfect, just like every alert window that we watch. Some are going to be, really close based on the filter that we have in play here. So which alerts? It really, keeping in mind that the filter set and that these are swing trades, it's really just a personal preference there. You might have one back test better than the other. If you're, if you're back testing and want to get a good statistical bead on these things, I tell you what, let's just do a little experiment here. Let's make sure we're on real time. we'll just back test this with some random metrics. Start 15 minutes in, see what happens all day, and we will look to close these out at the market open. And we'll start with market open in 2 days and just see what happens. In the meantime, we'll do the same thing over here. Same filter set, just with a different alert acting as the trigger. Did I go 2 days on that one? Yeah, 2 days. All right. Yep, EMAs available on the charts. Still no EMAs on the filters. Maybe someday. Okay, not the prettiest back test, but just wanted to kind of see. There is a subtle difference between using the new high as the alert and the running down, but not that big of a difference. Roughly the same amount of trades we can see here. Not that much of a difference. 5 trades, 45.6% success using new high. A slight decrease in performance using running down. So when it comes to those alerts, they're not near as important as the filter sets. Just want to kind of get a look at the daily here. And there are a lot of trades here, so this would be a decent candidate for optimization. This looks like it's, active most of the time. We've had a couple more things cycle through here. All right, pin was the last one that when we were looking at these guys. Ooh, 1053, okay. Way up here, which, I would have had a real hard time pushing the button at 1053. Funny thing is, it's still in the money, amazingly. ARC T, 5278, and currently residing at 5317. And it just seems like this is for intraday scalping activity. This one's getting the job done for sure. Jason, you talking about the pullback above the 50? Because if that's the case, if you want to play around with this, I'll drop it in the chat for you. There's a pullback above 50. In case you want to back test it some more. RT turning in some pretty decent volume today. No worries. So you probably already had it. And Fastly just keeps on a-ticking. It's looking like it wants to eat that entire gap. If it keeps on going like it is, it will. No problem, Peter. All right, little time check here. We got about 9 minutes until the top of the hour. Not a whole lot changing on the old Holly blotter here. No spread developing. Of course, the INSG, the best performer of the day, kicking out a handsome 7.45%. Just coiling up, wedging up, coiling up here on the 15-minute. It might want to get a little bit more frisky today, but to see it flatline into the close wouldn't surprise me either. Just taking a peek at some of these downside plays. And there goes the knot. The knot is continuing, the arc T. See, I love it because signal over here on the NAUT and the arc T. And now we're getting the follow-up over here. Nice companion window, we could say. Just a little bit of volume coursing through NAUT today. Only 100 and almost 110 on the relative scale. 8 million shares kicking out. Not getting any info on the short float. Lots of options activity today. To the tune of about 90x. When we see 9,000 there, just divide by 100. 100 being normal action. Let's just see if we have any overlap. If I pull up my old options radar, which I haven't seen in a while. Sorting by options percent volume today over here. Okay, so where is there's RT right there. NAUT. Interesting. NNN, NAVI. Probably not showing enough symbols. There's a lot of, yeah, I'm only showing 200. I forgot what the setting was over here for the options. Let's take a peek. Three. 3x. And 2,000 contracts. Lots of different ways to manipulate the data. ZY. Of course, that one was early in the day. $12.45, currently at $14.63, and definitely hands down the volume leader as far as options go. Just a mere 150 times normal. All right, ladies and gents, 3 minutes. Last call for questions. Kind of sad when I see this symbol right here, McAfee Corp. Old John was a crazy dude and is no longer with us. He was entertaining, though. Okay. Let me just touch base with Barry. Yeah, Barry was commenting on the 1053 price as well. And of course, 984 currently. But as I said earlier, when you see that, yeah, if you're just looking to strictly gamble, sure, hit that button. But as far as the trade setup goes, yeah, I don't think a whole lot of people would have chased it up there. All right, Jake, I see your question there. Is keeping up with options activity on a daily basis something that day traders should do? That's a very good question. You know, assuming a stock does have options traded on it and there's high volume coming into those options, well, it's usually going to be institutionally driven, and then the retail is going to hop on, right? It's like what's the one dude, Naharan Brothers options monster, whatever. That's what they focus on, because where there's smoke, there's fire. And typically when there's big options volume, there's big volume in the equity too, all right? And of course, you hear us talk about volume all the time, lack of volume, high volume. So when you see high volume in the equity, no matter what pattern you're trading, well, you know, you got a lot more oomph on your side, potential fuel that could propel the stock in the direction that you hope it goes. When you have extremely high options volume on top of that, that can act as even more of a catalyst. So it's not a guarantee, but it's certainly potential fuel that a stock normally wouldn't have, right? And so that's why a lot of traders will focus not only on high volume, but where the craziest option volume is for the day too, because as you can see from some of these plays, just, you know, on a pretty quiet day, we're having some massive moves, right? So to say yes or no, yeah, I think it's a very cool thing for especially people on the intraday time frame to pay attention to. Okay, Barry tells me he is back in now. Thank you guys for listening to me. Hope everybody's having a nice green day. Happy Thursday. Have a great Friday tomorrow. And now I'm going to kick it back over to Barry. Bye for now.
As a bounce play, well done, Grumpy. Fantastic. You're the best. Now, at some point, will this bounce? Now, this is, so this was a CNBC report of an Amazon stake in it. Okay, so that was, I guess it's legitimate. I don't understand. Yeah, I don't understand that release. Maybe somebody can explain this to me. You know, I mean, this is not a SPAC. Yeah, I don't understand the press release. I really don't understand it. It's set to go public via SPAC at a 900. So they're going to roll this into something else. I don't understand. Maybe William or somebody can explain that to me. You don't have that headline? Oh, Zach, you can hear me now, okay? Well, let me just show you that headline again. I mean, again, I don't. Jeff Bezos backed startup Nautilus, which is a public company right now, is set to go public via SPAC. So unless this is a totally bogus article, I mean, I don't know. Does that make sense to you? Huge win for Zach. And I hope William. Of course, William's out probably what? What'd you make on it? 20 cents? 30 cents? You want to follow a guy who is the most you are the most disciplined trader in this room. No matter how many times Real has tried to convince you, well, you know, listen, if it's still working, why are you getting out? Yeah, it's yeah, losing effort. I mean, it's almost as if that was a bogus press release or headline, guys. Yeah, shorting Real, it just doesn't seem the right thing to do. Is there a? I don't think there's a Zach stock. No. I've got my stock, BE, or middle initial, BKE. I've got a couple of them. The greed factor. Why not though? I mean, this could go right back to, yeah, somebody said, easily could just go back, especially if that proves to be bogus. So this is fly in the wall, jumps on revelation of a 1.46 million share Amazon stake. At this point, I don't know what to believe. Becca, where are your fibs today? Don't be shy just because Real's in the room. Well, I'll tell you what, go to Investopedia, okay, and take a look at fibs. There's a huge detailed explanation, but it's a mathematical principle, okay, but it's Fibonacci. I mean, it's just the short form. Or go to YouTube, okay? Call it predictive analysis. You know, when you hear when you hear real say, okay, if the top is in a stock, the next fib levels, and he'll give you some fib levels, and these are percentages, and these are defined percentages based on Fibonacci numbers. Okay, but you know, you want a more detailed explanation, go to either YouTube or to Investopedia. So he'll talk about, okay, here's the first fib number, then the next one, and the next one, suggesting that, you know, if the first fib is hit, then the next one could hit, and the next one. And there's no guarantee, of course, on anything, but it's just a matter of drawing them. Well, maybe Zach doesn't hear me. No, we were just talking about that, Zach. And you're a new trader, Tom? Wow. All right, guys, ZY is starting to drift down now. They may be over. I may be dumping the last little bit I've got. Yeah, watch out, guys. I mean, if you're along that one, well, hopefully you've taken some. Hopefully you've taken some profit. And I'm talking about the ZY. Just a minute, please. All right, I know I did see that DSKE appeared in the option scanner. So let's take a look at it. All right. So there's no mad rush. I mean, the alert was at 898. It hasn't moved really. It is an earnings. No, it was an earnings play yesterday, pre-market yet, or on the third. So right here, that was the reaction. So now, look left. What do we see? $9, 904, 982. So on the monthly chart, you can kind of see that if it could take out 904, I mean, when was that? This is quite a while ago. This is way back. I mean, listen, if it takes out 9 with any authority, this has a run, potential run. I mean, it's got some resistance right around 10, but that's going back, that's going back to, this stupid box keeps, back to 2018. So you're going back 3 years. So I would put an alert. I'd put an alert at the high, 909. See if it takes it out on volume, and it could keep running. It's definitely got the look. Just a minute, please. That's the four-legged sound alert, yes. All right, guys, BCRX is starting to move and is moving higher, I believe. Yeah, moving higher here, BCRX. And it's still, okay, it was down for the day. Bit of a crazy reaction to earnings. Popped. Right up here, released earnings this morning. Popped up, but when the market opened, got all the way down to 15, and now it's starting to recover. Wow, I haven't looked at BTBT. I know it was active earlier today. I'm afraid to look at it right now. Wow. Okay, 14. I thought it was closer to 19. But yeah, nice break though. 1902. Yeah, so 1902 is the next high looking left on the monthly. Yeah, man, it's moving higher, guys. BCRX keeps moving higher. I wonder. Certainly not near a channel. Oh, we got another one now. BITF just popped into the option scanner at 5:30. So remember, somebody was asking me earlier why it wasn't popping in. It didn't have enough volume percent, the option volume percent, but it's certainly good enough now. right, guys. Well, let's see if it's got. I mean, it obviously has no. It looks like it has no resistance, only because this is probably a symbol name change right here. I'm only basing that on because when you look at the position and lifetime range, it's nowhere near the high. Which, if this were an IPO, of course it would be. So I sort of remember that. Yeah, I remember them doing this. A Canadian stock, they changed their symbol. Okay, guys, it's still hanging around that the alert price of 530. Volume did come in. Look at the volume that came in, and it actually still hasn't closed yet. That candle just closed. Okay, key one right here. You got to keep the enthusiasm. Enthusiasm meaning volume. It's a big float, okay? So it's not super dynamic. It's a big float, which of course is allowing that spread to be only a penny. I'm talking about the bit F. Yeah, I mean, if it's going to track Bitcoin, GBTC, let's take a look. If it's going to track it very closely, so this is still well, okay, that's kind of what it looks like also on the 2 minute for bit F. Let's take a look at bit F. Yeah, see, it's tracking GBTC pretty closely. All right, guys, I'm out of the bit F, basically flat. Yeah, I think William is right. It's tracking Bitcoin just a little too closely. Take a look at it later and see if it pops up. I'll put an alert up here because it really has no resistance. Stick an alert up here around 536 and see if it does it later on. All right, guys. So here's a word about the. I forgot to mention all this before, but in the simulator, way back, demonstrating it, took BE in the simulator, 500 shares. Okay, the entry was 2084. So at one point, I was up $261 on the trade. Okay. Now I'm now up 167. That's not the worst thing. I'm down $100 from the high, but if you're going to use the simulator, my recommendation is have these three columns. And these, if you don't have the columns, just add them. It's very simple to do. Just right click on a column header and then go to columns, and then everything is in alphabetical order. Okay. I would add these three columns because this is going to tell you, give you an idea about how good are your exits. And how good are you maximizing profits and your exits. So right now, let's just say for argument's sake, my max P&L at one point had been like $500 and now it was only $177. I would suggest that you had to start taking profit, if not being out of the entire trade. You don't want to let $500 turn into $177. Now, can it come back? Of course it can, but we don't know that. So this is what I want to do. These are hotkeys, by the way. I'm going to show you something. I want to flatten the trade. I'm going to get out of the trade. Okay. And all I had to do was highlight it, flatten, I'm out of the trade. I could have got out a half, or I could have doubled my position. So my profit in the simulator was $187. Not bad compared to the max 261. I mean, you're never going to get right to the penny. But more importantly now is taking a look at the distance from the exit price column, all right? So when you get out of a trade, and assuming it was a long trade, you're buying it, you're hoping it's going up in price, what you want to see is a big negative number now, okay? Because what that will tell you is that, okay, I got out of the trade. Now it's, a dollar below where I got out. Great, yahoo. You don't want to see a dollar above. Then you have to start thinking, I guess I exited that trade a little too early. So this gives you a bit of an idea right here of how good are your exits. Okay, so I would encourage you while you're practicing trading, because that's the other aspect. You may get into a trade, great setup, you followed your rules perfectly, you risked the right amount of money, you had the right stop. Now comes almost the hard part, when to sell, when to take profit, when to do this, when to do that. Okay, it's all part of it. And the other thing you can do in the simulator, if you do not exit a trade at the end of the day, it'll carry forward to tomorrow. In other words, you can practice swing trading too in the simulator. And it uses our real-time data. So it doesn't matter who your broker is, it uses our real-time data. Yeah, I mean, there's no better teacher right now than practicing in the simulator. It's going to show you. Well, it's not my share size, right? It is my risk. So depending on the size of my account and what account I'm trading, that'll determine how much I'm willing to risk, not the share, which will determine the share size. So it's not the share. So it's nothing to do with the share size. It's all how much am I willing to risk. I always talk about in the simulator, I'm always showing a $100 risk. So depending on your account size, maybe your account size could be 200, maybe it could be 50, maybe it can be 1,000, depending, if you've got a huge account, you can risk $1,000 a trade. When I say you, I mean a person. So it's not the share size, it's the, how much am I willing to risk per trade? Well, guys, bid F is right back up. Now, okay, guys, here's the DSKE. Now, again, I'm not telling anybody to take this trade. You know, you want to take the trade based on what I've said, great. If you don't like the idea, that's fine too. I'm not saying I don't tell anybody to take a trade or not take a trade, when to sell any. You know, it has to be up to you. I want to take a look at this BTBT though, that's for sure. Not a big short float percent. Okay, Cal is starting to actually come back. This one, I think I made about 13, 14 cents pre-market short of it. Trying to come back a little bit, KALA. Notice how few alerts I've had today from my watch list. And not many from the option scanner. Again, guys, another low float situation. 15 million in the float for BTBT. You know, how can it? Well, it's only up 16%. It came from down here, though. That's the thing. It came from 12, now at 15. Here was the great, I mean, look at this break right there on the 15s. I didn't see it here, unfortunately. I didn't see it right there. I'm sure somebody probably pointed this out. But look at the break right there, bit of consolidation on the 15s, you know, on the 5s. Had the break right there, but what do I always say? Look at the volume that came in. So I had a little break here, but there was the big break on volume. Yeah, I don't know if there's, I mean, I don't know if what we were presenting regarding Bezos and Amazon and all that is real. I have no idea. You know, we're talking about this headline. No idea if this is real. It makes no sense to me. This, I don't mean, I don't understand the headline at all. Set to go public, it already is public. Okay, maybe going to another company, but I don't know. You know, looking the way it traded, it seems somewhat bogus. But you never know, guys. I mean, this could be really setting up again. I mean, you get over 9 and you get some volume, this could have another run. So what I'm going to do, as always, I don't have to stare at it. I'll set an alert for 906. If it takes 906 out on volume, if I see like a big, doesn't have to be necessarily that big, but if I see a big volume bar, hey. Okay, this has been choppy, DSKE. All right, a little bit of a pullback now for BT, a little bit of one. Yeah, I know it's at CNBC also. All right, DYXN, or sorry, DXYN. What are you doing? Yeah, I think for me, it just looks like there's too much resistance around that 350 mark. Yeah, Phil, so there were, I'm on a development version. I know some of the previous versions, if you moved a window too quickly, or for instance, even if I loaded the channel bar and then exited, it seemed to knock me out of the program. Haven't seen that. I think that has been fixed. But of course, you don't have that version yet. Now, I might be wrong, guys. I mean, this might just blow right through this. It's an earnings play. August, yeah, it's an earnings play. And I'm talking about DXYN. Very small one. Look at the volume that came in. Oh, if it's happening all the time, it could be your PC. All right, here's another one, guys. HUSN is another little earnings play, I believe. Something is screwing this up a little bit. Let me just see here. Okay, I'm going to point this out to Brad. Give me a moment, please, guys. Well, I'm not in this one anymore, guys, but CENX just made a new low, and that's an earnings play. That is an earnings play. CENX, this is one I shorted earlier. And now it's making a, I'll tell you, I mean, if it takes this 11 out, look left on the daily chart. The next low is 1053. I mean, it still has a little bit of room to get down to that low. Well, first of all, if you had a small account size that you started at $2,000, and in less than 6 months you've turned that into 10K, you're doing something great. I mean, you've increased it 5 times in less than 6 months. Now, if you can do that with your 10K account and get it to, 50,000 by the end of the year, and I wouldn't worry about win rate. Win rate is not as important. Now, you don't want to, you don't want to have a strategy that never works. Not. Yes, if you had a strategy that 9 out of 10 are losers, but that one winner is huge, very difficult for most people to handle something like that. But anyway, whatever you're doing, I mean, again, going from 2K to 10K, unless you just got lucky on one trade, and happened to, that was the winner, or that's why you had the pop. But if you've been sort of steadily increasing from 2 to 10, well, don't listen to me. Look at bid F. I mean, this is now turning into a great. I got out of it. What's GBTC doing? Is it really following it? Yeah, sort of. Well, I guess that is also spurring on BTBT. Obviously, BTBT. So the Bitcoin plays are. I don't know if this one trades options. Ah, okay. Wondering why this is not showing up on my option scanner. So I have another filter, and the relative volume has to be at least 3. So that's the reason. Otherwise, this would have been showing up in the option scanner also. Well, I guess what I really should do is bracket this and see if it takes out, that 840 mark. So I've bracketed the knot, see if it pops on the high side or the low side here. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, guys, BTBT now through 16. And BITF, I mean, this is, I mean, it's cheaper, probably about the same percentage move now. BITF. So what's going to happen, guys, as that relative volume increases, if it hits 3 and it makes a new high, we're going to get an alert for it. It'll seem really late. That's the issue. And that is for BTBT in the option scanner. It's not from the option scanner, no. I'm just saying it would have been, the relative volume has to be 3, so it's at 2.82. As long as the volume keeps accelerating, this will probably turn into 3. And then we'd get an alert, but at that point it'd be pretty late. I may in fact drop the relative volume to say 2, not just because I want to see this one, but I'm not sure that the relative volume has to be 3. It could be 2.5 or even 2 without getting too many more alerts, or more importantly, getting too many non-quality alerts. I might have to experiment. I might experiment with that tomorrow. So what I'm going to do is I'll keep this the same, but I will duplicate it and then put the relative volume at 2 with all the other filters intact, just to kind of see. All right, guys, so it is Thursday today, so at 2 o'clock we do have the marketing meeting, so I'll be heading over there. So this is what I'm talking about. I'm going to take this, I'm going to configure it, I'm going to summary, I'm going to go to the volume, I'm going to change this to 2, I'm going to run it tomorrow. And you can see there's BTBT right there. I'll run it for the rest of the day and just see what happens. I don't think it's going to be make a huge difference in the quality, to be honest, and it might just introduce a couple that we don't get, but still going to be good quality. Because To me, the big thing is the option volume, and that's the key metric right there. The option volume today percent. So 1 hour, 2 hour, I'll answer that for Becca can chime in if she wants. But if you're risking, if your stop is 10 cents and you only get 10 cents out of the trade, so let's say you get in a trade at $10 and the stop is $9.90, 10 cents away, and you it gets up to $10.10 and it stalls there and you take profit, that's a 1 hour. 2 hour would be 20 cents. In other words, you're risking 10 cents to make 20 cents. 3 hour, 10 cents to risking 10 cents to make 30 cents. Risk reward ratios, that's really the, you could call it RR. So when you go, so for instance, if you looked at something and it looked pretty good, and you said, yeah, okay, I see where the stop should be. It's 10 cents away. But when you look at the trade, when you look at it and you see, this again, I'll use $10 as my analogy. So you get into, so you look at something, it's at $10, and you look at and the stop could be $9.90 based on the chart. But when you look above it, there looks like there's some resistance to say $10.05. So you're not going to want to risk 10 cents to make 5 cents. You know, you've got to have, in my opinion anyway, you've got to have a reasonable expectation of a minimum 1 for 2 risk reward or risk reward. So, you know, you look at the chart, you've got a 10-cent stop. Not just because every trade you take, you're going to put a 10-cent stop. It has to be based on something. And you look at the chart and say, yeah, it could easily move 20 cents. There's no resistance. Some people will go 1 for 3 though. You know, they won't take a trade unless you get an expectation that they could make 1 for 3 on the risk reward, risking 10 cents to make 30 cents. So again, you'll look at the chart. So again, in my example, if I was going to get into it, and if I was going to get into the trade at $10, my legitimate stop was at $9.90, and I checked my chart, and I don't see any resistance until say $10.50, $10.60, there's a trade I can take. I can risk 10 cents, and who knows, maybe it gets up to 50 or 60 cents. But certainly, I have a reasonable expectation of 20 or 30 cents. Doesn't mean it's going to happen. Okay, guys, so here's one. As an example, MVST just showed up in the option scanner when I reduced the relative volume to 2. Let's just see how it works. Everything else is the same, you know, 386%, so that's over 300, and certainly over 2,000 contracts. So everything else is the same. Let's just see how this works. I mean, there obviously another one here. No, I don't know if this was an IPO. Or is this one of those SPACs? So let's just see how all this worked, okay? And again, this is what I'm talking about. I reduced the relative volume to 2, kept everything else the same. Now let's just see how that would have worked. I mean, based on the chart, there's no resistance. Well, as I said, all I did, I just reduced the relative volume from 3 to 2. Everything else is the same. I just want to see. Okay, I mean, I put these filter values in. I mean, it's not the be all and the end all. So I just decided, okay, let's just reduce it to 2 from 3 in the relative volume and see what happens. See if it affects the quality that much. It's not that I want more alerts. That's not the issue. I just want to see if the relative volume of 3 really is not as necessary as the other filter values. All right, guys. So the marketing meeting is going to start pretty soon. I'll be putting myself on mute. In fact, I'll put myself on mute right now. All right, guys, I'm back. Just in time for the home stretch. So I'll be shutting the room down around 3. Okay, so that BTBT still looks really interesting. Hanging around that 16 level, BTBT. So obviously with Bitcoin making a bit of a move here. The DSKE could be a late bloomer. Okay, I mean it's over 9 again. Kind of chopping around a little bit, but it could be a late bloomer. Just you need some volume. We need volume. Need volume to push this right through. And, you know, all this talk about Bollinger Bands and all that. So, I mean, the Bollinger Band is, yeah, I mean, it's there. It's a 909 on the 5. But, yeah, you know, I just think that if it can get some volume to push through, carry kind of a carryover from its earnings release a couple of days ago. What about Uber? Yeah, there's just a little. I was told there's just a little bit of stuff that has to go on here in this single stock window. Let me just expand this a little bit. Yeah, so you can't see the date. So anyway, what about Uber? What do you tell me about Uber? Here's what I see. I see a cross down. Well, you're looking to short it maybe because I see a cross down even on the 15-minute chart right there. Cross down, the ADMA crossing down below the 20 SMA on the 15-minute chart right around 43.30, so it's not that far away from that. And it's an earnings play, I guess. August the 4th post-market, so released earnings after hours. So, I mean, obviously it was okay, but look after hours. I mean, the first reaction was down, then this morning, and now, yeah, it's had a nice day, but it looks to me like it's starting to fade. Especially with that cross. Yes, I'm live every day. Yes, Stephen? Well, not every day. Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. DSKE. You know, I don't think it's going to give us that much, but I think it could pop up. I just don't think it's going to give us that much. But looking, the last time I looked, 982 was the next high. Looking left on the daily, weekly, and the monthly time frame. So, I mean, it has room. It does have some room. Just like to see some volume come in. See how the volume's decreased in the last 15-minute volume bars right here? Yeah, so Stephen, if you're starting the test drive next week, get prepared for it. Perhaps you want to take a look at my homepage and take a look at the education section. I don't know if you've already seen that. Okay, let me answer your question. But first, if you click on my homepage link, you'll see there's an education section. Okay, let me expand this just a little bit. There's an education section. I would go all the way down. I mean, I think this bit of a, I don't want to call it a bug in here, but I think you almost have to be a subscriber for some reason to take a look at this. You don't have to down here though. Education videos, watch videos. Okay, creating your account. Like literally starting trade ideas from scratch. Okay, so we've got some good educational videos here. Company's been around since 2003. So well, you can do that. I mean, obviously come here. I mean, I'll be here. I'll be answering questions for the next 2 weeks. Well, I'm here all the time answering questions, you know, and I trade my account also. But I would absolutely recommend. I would absolutely recommend that you take a look at the, you know, starting trade ideas from scratch, rather than just showing up Monday morning not knowing anything about the program. I'm also sharing, if you take a look at my link, I'm also sharing scans. I'm sharing my layout that you see here. So again, if you go to my homepage, you'll see there is a section called, here's my scans. Okay, you click here, and there's my layout, and here's some individual scans that I'm sharing. Also, you can get the trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. So these three are free. The trade of the week, stock of the day video that I do, and the education section. It's all free. Obviously, you have to be a subscriber if you want to take a look at my scans. Well, just click on my link. Just click on my homepage link. The reason I put the homepage link in as a link is because there's a lot of information there. So all you have to do is save my link, and then you can look at it at any time. So when you click on my link, this is what you should see. Okay, this is what you should see. And then here's the education section. I can't give you a direct link. I can only give you my homepage link, but if you click on my link, you should see this. My homepage link. Okay, there. Oops. No, it's my homepage link. Well, I mean, it's obviously I work for Trade Ideas, so it's all to do with Trade Ideas. But this is my homepage link. Okay, it says Barry's homepage. Also, I have the tab up here all the time. There's two. Yeah. By the way, Stephen, there's another trading room. What you're seeing here, if you can see my screen. There's this is what I call the main trading room. We do have a YouTube room. Not quite, I mean, it's the same in that you can hear me and you can see my screen. Just more action with traders here. So next week, if you wanted to head over to the main trading room, as I call it, this is the link. Okay, guys, I gotta find that scan. Where's that scan? Here we go. So, here's my experiment. So the MVST. I mean, look, it popped from 1042. It did pop up to what 1065, but I wouldn't call that necessarily a win. Let's see what the RSI did. RSI 1114. So it's not. These are kind of late, but it's not bad. I mean, it's there's if you look left, 1187 is the next high looking left, so it does have some room. And what did SMFR do? 1224. Well, this is interesting. Is this a SPAC? No, it's not a SPAC. So this is kind of interesting. I don't know if this was an IPO here, SMFR. So again, guys, if you're wondering what's happening here, let me just bring this in. So what I did was I just reduced this is my option scanner. Okay, I'm not trading the options. I'm just looking for stocks that are having abnormal option activity. So what I did was I took this and all I did was I just reduced. If you look at the configuration of it. And it had the current volume was 3, so it's trading 3 times normal up to this point of the day. So what I did was I reduced that to 2 here. Everything else is the same, but I reduced it to 2. I'm going to run them side by side tomorrow and just see if there's a massive difference. I mean, we'll get more alerts, but that's what I'm not looking for more alerts. I want to see if the alerts that we get are still quality. So you notice here we have these 3 showing up here, not showing up here because again the relative volume is under 3. It connects when you say connect. Okay, so let me just give me a moment here. If you want the exact when you say connect, we have an external linking tool. It's a time saver. That's all it is. Okay. So when you click on a symbol, it loads into your platform. That's what the external linking tool does, and that is something that we can do with Thinkorswim. And so the answer is yes. If you want the full answer in terms of there are some rules to follow. If you go to our homepage, ask for what I call the script in order to do it. Just the rules to do it, okay? So that's all that is. It's just a time saver. So, I mean, if you're like me clicking on symbols over and over again all day long, it would become a bit of a pain if I had to type the symbols in every time I saw an alert. So that's what it is. It's a time saver. But it's a good time saver. Okay, so no, Stephen, you can't. You cannot, if you're talking about this window, that this is what we call Brokerage Plus. So all I told you was the time saving aspect of external linking, okay? To use this window and trade from within Trade Ideas, you need an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account. You cannot use Thinkorswim. But you can connect so that when you click on an alert, it'll load into your platform so you don't have to type the symbol in all day long. So don't want to mislead you. So Jado, have you found that our options, either the option scanner or the option filters that we have, does it help you trade options at all? So it doesn't help you trade. Okay. I mean, some people say some people who trade options have said, yeah, it does help. At least it helps you find the stocks that are having abnormal. Like Arizora, he says it helps. So I guess it all depends. Everybody is different. Oh, I see. I thought, okay. I don't trade options at all. So BTBT guys, boy oh boy, this is really. Now I know Real said that it's, obviously this is a Bitcoin play, and in theory it's not in theory, it should be tied to Bitcoin, but we noticed that BTBT was trading on its own. These some of these days, even when Bitcoin, Bitcoin. Well, in fact, look. Let's just bring out. I mean, can I start a new chart here? Let's just do a new chart. I put it up here. And let's take a look at a daily chart. I think I'm right. I may be wrong, but I think I'm right. Yeah, look at this. So here's a daily chart of BTBT. Okay, compare that to GBTC. I mean, this is GBTC doing this, while Bitcoin was, while BTBT was doing this. So there certainly, for these days, there was a disconnect. Now today, obviously, with this nice candle here, it's, this is a nice green candle also. But anyway, see what happens. See if it takes out 16 with some fury. Yeah, the BTBT chart just looks better, just because it doesn't have any of this stuff. I mean, BTBT definitely. I mean, all the crypto plays are probably, but look at the difference. Certainly on the daily chart. All right, guys, we're getting close to winding this up. So, are there any more questions? Now's a good time. It's always a good time for questions, but as I'm certainly slowing down here, in terms of I'm probably not going to trade anything. So, good time for questions. Let's just take a look at lastly, let's just take a look at the what the sectors were doing. Remember earlier, let's see, energy was 100%. Let's see, I doubt it. Oh, look, energy's actually doing well today. Energy's doing well today, guys. That's not been the trend. Remember when we looked at this in the pre-market, energy, like every single stock was up. And in essence, it's almost the same. 95% of the stocks are up for the day. Who's the loser? KMI. KMI is the only one down. And let's take a look at the other sectors. So actually, energy is the best sector today in terms of the number of stocks that are above yesterday's close, using that metric. It's interesting, the NAS is up, but only about half the tech stocks are up, making up that ETF. But communications, which is kind of, in with the tech, 77% are up. Yeah, Hood is cracking. Hood is cracking. Whoa. I wonder if there's any specific news on it. I mean, it's been halted. Right now it's halted. Well, it'll be interesting to see what happens when it comes out of its halt. Remember, guys, this was one that got up to $77. What day was that? That was about a month ago, on July the 7th. It got up to $77 for really no reason, or $80 for no reason. The just in case trade by William, okay. How does that fit your trading plan? Okay. And here I'm telling everybody that you're the most disciplined trader ever. Boy, this BCRX, guys, this is the one that I probably should have taken. I didn't. Good for you. 1.5 hours. Wow. Well, this will be interesting tomorrow for BCRX. I mean, it is, looking back here, how many months ago? I mean, this is 2015. Who cares? So the recent highs in the month, 1774 and 1761. So, you know what? It takes this out. This could be easily a second day continuation of earnings. Now, the only thing wrong is the fact that, so they released earnings. Okay, actually, they did release pre-market. So this is a pre-market earnings release. There's that tan area. It popped up to 19, and then it got all the way down to 15. That's a $4 move. That's a $4 swing. $15, $19 stock. That's a big percent. Now it's coming all the way back. But you kind of wonder, like, why did this happen, right? But all things being equal, if it carries forward tomorrow and takes out these two highs, I mean, it's not technically an all-time high, but again, I don't really care what happened back in 2000 and whenever. I don't, how far back do we have to go? I mean, we're going back to 2009 right there. So I don't think that has any bearing on it. So interesting, real. Trying to download trade ideas onto a new Windows laptop. Oh, I'm going to have to send you to tech. I don't know how to advise you on that. But let me just copy and paste this. I'll put that, what you just said, I'll put that right in the So what you might want to do, Pitbull, is to also start a live discussion yourself. I just put your message into the support area, okay? But you might want to start because I have no idea. That doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. Oops, sorry. Yeah, go to there's the home page. So just start a discussion and say, hey, this is what I'm trying to do. All right, guys. Well, what I may do not after hours, but when I shut this room down in a couple of minutes, I'm certainly going to be watching the BTBT to see if it takes out 16. I mean, it is basing beautifully right around this area. And when you look left, the next high is 1902. So it's got room to run if it wants to. All right, guys, I don't see any other questions, so I think I'll wrap the room up right now. Let me get my. Unless there are some questions, I will stick around if there are questions, but otherwise, I'm going to wrap the room up right now. Okay, I don't see any questions, so I think that's it, guys. Okay, well, thanks a lot for all the help today, as usual. What were you, by the way, Real? How come you were more than 3 hours in the room today? But it's appreciated. I'm just kidding, of course. All right, guys. Close room. Get my script. All right. Well, I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you then. Bye bye.